Are they going to actually remember what they saw last night, late in the night, a team coming back and losing the last second field goal, that being SMU? I can't wait to see this decision.
I think the key word was lose. And then we keep talking about they played in the game, but they lost it. And so that is the balance that the committee has to figure out.
Yeah.
I don't know which way they're going to go. I don't know if there's been many years that I've showed up as open-minded as I am about this one. It can go either way, and I'm going to disagree.
And it's amazing because with this decision comes fallout in either direction. It's either you value the resume, strength of schedule of Alabama, or what do we do with conference championship games? Because look at the resume. Alabama was not playing on conference championship Saturday. SMU was, they lost, and now are you going to penalize them having reached postseason the way they did? So that'll be really interesting to see how the committee handles that.
A lot of different things to consider, and the coaches everywhere are sitting on pins and needles. And how about Nick Saban? Nick's sitting on the other side of this thing now. He said, oh, there are no consequences to this. How's it feel to be on the other side of the divide, Nick?
A lot less stress, I can say that. You know, when things are subjective like they are in terms of picking, it's very difficult for the committee to make the decisions based on a lot of different information, what is more important, wins, strength of schedule. But I think one of the things that we really need to do in college football, probably learned a little bit about that this year, actually, is all wins are not the same as other wins. In other words, what we've always done publicly in college is look at record. We don't look at strength of schedule. We don't look at all those types of things. So, you know, we have teams that are getting into playoffs and actually getting byes that have the 80th best strength of schedule. We have teams that are now going to get decided based on a strength of schedule of 15 as opposed to a strength of schedule of 60. And so is it winning games more important? Now, my question about all this is if those things were factors, why is the ranking the way it is? In other words, if Alabama should be in the playoffs instead of SMU, SMU shouldn't get knocked out for having lost in the ACC championship game. But how about the fact that they shouldn't have been rated 8th to start with? They should have had to play their way into the championship because whether it's South Carolina, Ole Miss, Miami, whoever it is, if they had a better strength of schedule, if that's the determining factor, not wins, then they should have played their way into the championship by having to win in the ACC championship game, not get penalized for having played in it and lost.
And Kirk, I'm reminding everybody, we don't know the outcome yet. We will see the bracket unveil when everybody else does. We'll see Nick on the other side. What are you looking for with this committee's about to let us know who will be in the first 12-team playoff?
Well, right out of the gate, I really don't understand Booger's comment about brand over last night. I think that's like low-hanging fruit on the internet and on social media. To me, I think it's very, very clear that what Coach just described and what Greg just described, this isn't easy. The committee's going to lose no matter what they do. You look at SMU, they need to their conference championship game. They lose on the last second field goal. They don't have any wins against anybody in the top 25. They have Bama with the strength of schedule, but they have a very, very disappointing, almost embarrassing loss late in the year when they were 3-touchdown favorite against Oklahoma. So there's really no right answer. Normally, I would err on the side with what Coach Saban is saying. Alabama has 3 wins over teams that are currently in the top 25. Usually that should matter, but that loss for me, I called the game in Norman. It's not a great Oklahoma team. And Alabama didn't just lose that game. They got embarrassed. And I'm guessing that could potentially be an anchor for them, which would be tough to overcome. And I wouldn't be surprised if the committee honored SMU because of that loss in Norman late in the year.
You want to respond to that? Yeah, to your point, Kirk, just bringing a little levity to the situation. You're right. It was maybe a little low-hanging fruit, but at the end of the day, we're having a little fun up here. I differ with you a little bit when we talk about Alabama and their strength of record and all that. They have 3 losses. One of those is by 21 points on the road at home. Another one is to Vanderbilt. So I hear you and Coach talk about who we beat, but at some point,
decision.
Here's the thing, and let's get to the last night's conference championship games. I think the one thing to look at with this is that all of these teams have proven they can lose. All of them have points. All of them have ugly points. The determining factor is, do you think, as you do with some, that the warts are so ugly it makes you hideous you can't be in this field? Or do the warts just keep you from being as attractive as you would like to be, which might be a team that doesn't play as strong a schedule? So here's what happened last night. Conference championship game. If you win, as Dan Lanning said, you don't have to worry about any of this. Conference champions crowned, the 5 highest ranked champions go into the field. The Oregon Ducks, the only undefeated team in college football, first year in the Big Ten. They hold off Penn State 45-37. The Power Conference title in their first season in the league. The 5th school to do that is Ducks make a successful transition to the Big Ten. Arizona State transition to the Big 12. Boy, how good was Cam Scattergood? How good were the Sun Devils, period, in destroying a pretty good Iowa State team? They'll be in the field Friday night. Ashton Jeanty trying to add to his Heisman resume while running Boise State into the playoff. The question will be, do they get a bye after they beat UNLV, winning the Mountain West Championship? And just a fist fight in the SEC Championship game. Georgia beating Texas for the second time this season. They lost Carson Beck on the last play of the first half and still able to win in overtime. And Clemson had one path in, win the game, and they do it with a 56-yard field goal. The first team to kick a 50-yarder or longer as time expired to win a conference championship game. And Dabo back in the mix, and he will be in the playoff. The question will be, will Clemson get one of the 4 5? You would think maybe not, but here is the resume comparison for the contenders for first round bye. You have to assume, don't even have to assume, you know that Oregon and Georgia are going to get by. Boise State, Arizona State, and Clemson. And remember, Boise's only loss, but they don't have a very tough strength of schedule. Their only loss, 3 points on the road to Oregon, game in which the Ducks needed 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns to beat them by 3. So Boise State's been riding that a little bit as well, with their strength of schedule only 81. Now we have reporters all over the place right now to keep up with what's going on, and the participants waiting to see if they're going to get in. Taylor McGregor's at Boise State. We got Katie George with the Sun Devils at Arizona State. Molly McGrath at Clemson. Taylor, let's start with you.
The college football playoff will be revealed in about 20 minutes or so, as the first ever 12-team college football playoff will cap off the 2024 college football season. So with the bowl season to begin over the next couple weeks, well, the college football playoff first round games on December the 20th and 21st. You'll advance if you win, play over New Year's, win that, play another week or so later, early to mid-January, and then the college football playoff national championship game on Monday night, January the 20th, 2025. So we'll see what happens following this conference championship weekend after officially Boise State, Army, and Jacksonville State, along with Oregon, Georgia, Clemson, Arizona State, Ohio, and Marshall, all won their respective Mountain West, American Athletic, Conference USA, Big Ten, SEC, ACC, Big 12, MAC, and Sun Belt Conference Championship games. So obviously Army Navy is next week, the Heisman ceremony as well, but with college football, the regular season being over, conference championship games now over as well, you'll have bowl season begin, but it's time for playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? Yeah, playoffs. The first ever 12-team college football playoff to be revealed once again here coming up shortly, as ESPN just kicked off their coverage at high noon, but they won't reveal it until about 12:30 Eastern time. So the Oregon Ducks, 9:30 local out west in Pacific time zone, back in Eugene after winning the Big Ten late last night over Penn State. However, we are. They will be the number 1 overall seed. They are the only undefeated team left. They've been ranked number 1, what ties into the bracket with the first 4 on buys. 5 will host 12, 6 will host 11, 7 will host 10, and 8 will host 9. Obviously, winners advance, so on and so forth, as just mentioned. But Oregon's going to be ranked 1 and seeded 1, but it's rankings versus seeding. You might be ranked somewhere, but then seeded differently, because the top 4 is the highest, 4 highest ranked conference champions. So 1, in my opinion, is going to be Oregon, 2 is going to be Georgia, 3 is going to be Boise State, and then 4 is either going to be Arizona State or Clemson. Whoever's not will be the 12 seed, because with the 5 conference champions in the college football playoff, the 4 highest ranked automatically get first round buys, 1, 2, and 3, along with 4. But the 5th will then be the 12 seed and then have to go on the road at 5. Notre Dame ties into this as an independent, obviously not in a conference. So where they're ranked at right now versus where they're going to be seated is going to be interesting. But the highest they can be ranked and seated in the bracket without being a conference champion, unless they're ranked lower, obviously, is 5. So Notre Dame's probably going to be 5, and then 6, 7, 8 for the other first round home playoff games, with both Texas and Penn State losing in their conference championship games yesterday and finishing in at 11-2. And then you have Ohio State also at 10-2. So they could order that one of 3 different ways, no doubt about it. So we'll see. And then we'll see, obviously, here shortly who the hell is going to be having to go on the road in the first round, ranked, seeded, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And that 12th team, once again, going to be the 5th conference champion. It very well could be Boise State, but I feel like they've done enough. They're 12-1. Their only loss is to the number 1 Oregon Ducks. So they'll probably get a first round bye, and then it's going to come down to either Arizona State or Clemson, who both won their conferences yesterday as well, from 4-12. So we'll see here. Obviously, there's record, there's, with the wins and losses, strength of schedule, all that. But hopefully, as we, should be getting the 12 best teams from a 4-team playoff over the past decade. Because remember, way back when, 1 versus 2 for the national championship, if they even did that, because at times they would have just crowned a champion for being, the best team at the end of the year. But then 1 versus 2, the BCS rolls around. You have the computers generate the numbers, and you get your rankings. Obviously, you still have the AP with the Associated Press top 25 poll, the coaches poll as well. But then from 2014 on, really around 2010, 11, 12-ish, was when they, in college football, decided, no, we need to have a playoff like other sports do to crown a champion, rather than, have this, continue the way it has been. Obviously, there's going to be people pissed off one way or another. That's just life. So we'll see what happens. But from a 4-team playoff from 2014 to the end of last year, Ohio State and Michigan at the start and the end of the 4-team college football playoff as the national champions will now reveal the college football playoff 12-team bracket with 4 first-round games, 4 quarterfinal games, 2 semifinals, and the final 4, and then the national championship. Obviously, once again, 1, 2, 3, and 4 will have first-round buys. The first-round games will be on campus at the host site of whoever is ranked 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5 will host 12, 6 will host 11, 7 will host 10, and 8 will host 9. Winners advance, play one of those 4 conference champions. They're not going to realign it, rearrange and reseed the bracket as they'll move on. No, it's whatever it's set up as. You play, you hope to win, survive in advance. Obviously, if you lose, your season's over, but then you go on to play. You win that, you go on to play again. You win that, you go on to play again. So you might have to win 3-4 games here over the next month and a half or so to go win a national championship. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, 4 first-round games. Winners advance to the quarters. Those 4 quarterfinals. You'll have the Final 4 then in the semis, and then the 2 winners in the Final 4 from the old 4-team college football playoff, if you will. You'll have the national championship a week later than it has been, mid to late January, officially this year, into early 2025, January the 20th. Martin Luther King Day, Inauguration Day, and you'll have the college football playoff national championship game that night as well. So about 10 minutes away from finding out who the hell is officially in the first ever 12-team college football playoffs. So I'll shut the hell up. We'll see officially how it shakes out, who's in, who's out, who has buys, who's hosting, who's going on the road. But yeah, you'll have 5 conference champions, but the 4 highest ranked will get first round buys, and then in the first round, as the 5th conference champion will be 12, but then you'll have the 5, 6, 7, and 8 hosts, and everybody else go on the road. And like I said, it's survive in advance. It's a bracket. It's like March Madness. It's just going to be college football now, and win or go home. So, but the first round games are on campus. Move on. Obviously, the New Year's 6 bowl games tie into this with the Rose Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, the Peach Bowl, and the Orange Bowl as well. So we'll see what the matchups are officially. But yeah, that's about it. Not really much else to be said. I said my piece last night. Thanks to anybody who tuned in and watched the Big Ten Championship game with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. And thanks for tuning in live right now today on YouTube as well. We're going to have the college football playoff review, but then come 1 o'clock, we're going to switch it over to CBS and watch some NFL with the Browns and Steelers. And I'll have live play-by-play, watch long reactions live here on YouTube then, so be sure to stick around. And they're going to give us the rankings first and then the 12-team field. No, they're just, going to go 1 to the bottom rather than work their way up from 25 like they normally do. Oregon is 1, so that's no surprise. They're ranked 1, they're seeded 1. 2 should be Georgia, and it is. So they started a little earlier than I was thinking, so they'll have it done by 12:30. They'll give it 8-10 minutes here to get it unveiled. 3, is it going to be Boise State? This is live. I don't know anything other than what they're telling us. Yeah, Boise should be 3. And then it's a coin flip with Arizona State and Clemson for 4, and then the other is going to be 12. Somebody's not going to be happy, even though Dabo's throwing another pizza party. So, 3rd ranked team to get a bye is Boise State. but they're ranked officially what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but they're seeded third. So that's gonna, not screw up, but shake up in the back end there on, well, like I said, rankings versus seeding. That's why people say, well, because they don't already like it, just fucking rank it the way you rank it, and that's what it should be seeded as. Well, they can change that in the future if they want, but this is the way it is now, so you live with it. So either Arizona State or Clemson's, it's going to be Arizona State. So Clemson's going to be 12. So Arizona State wins the Big 12. They get a first round bye. They're going to be seeded 4. And they'll get a first round bye, yeah. Now, are they going to be in the Fiesta Bowl? Playing their own backyard in the quarters? Because with Oregon probably going to the Rose Bowl, Boise, very well, as an at-large, if you would, under the old New Year's Six. Georgia's going to go to the Sugar, and then it's the Cotton and one or the other. I still can't remember. They'll tell us here before too long, but either the peach or the orange is with the Cotton for the semi. The other 4 New Year's Six are the quarters. So your first 4, Oregon's ranked 1, seeded 1. Georgia's ranked 2, seeded 2. Boise State's ranked 9th, seeded 3 though, because they're a conference champion. Arizona State's ranked 11th, but seeded 4th. So Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, and Arizona State get byes. Clemson won the ACC. They'll be the 12 seed, and they'll have to go on the road at the 5, which probably will be Notre Dame. It very well could be Texas, Penn State, Ohio State. So Clemson's 12, and they're going to have to go on the road and play who? And then the winner of that game will have to play Arizona State. Who's the 5? It's probably Notre Dame. The 5th seed is Texas. So Clemson's going to Texas. They just beat SMU on a game-winning field goal last night to win the ACC. They're the 12 seed, and a lot of orange in Austin. Not this weekend, but next weekend. So Clemson at Texas, and then the winner to play Arizona State. And then you'll have potential rematches, obviously, but nothing at the top thus far. But work your way down. There's Oregon, there's Boise State, there's Georgia. So we'll see who else is, matched up potentially to, if they win, to advance. All right. We're going to recap all this once they reveal it, but here we go. We'll continue on here. Who's 6? It's Penn State. Penn State is 6. They're ranked 4th. They only fell 1 spot from 3 to 4 after the loss against Oregon last night in the Big Ten championship game. They're ranked 4th, but they're seeded 6th because of conference champions getting first-round byes. So Penn State's ahead of Ohio State, even though they lost to the Buckeyes. Michigan beat Ohio State. Oregon beat both Ohio State and Penn State. So who's the 11? As mentioned last night, I thought Penn State was going to be the 6 or the 7, hosting at 11, or as 7 hosting the 10. Who's the 11? It's, first off, Notre Dame is the 7 seed. So Ohio State's going to be 8 more than likely. So they bumped Notre Dame down from 5. Texas got 5. Penn State got 6. Notre Dame 7. Ohio State's probably going to be 8. And then that sets up, if Ohio State would win, they'd play then Oregon in a rematch. Yeah, who's the other home game? It's probably going to be Ohio State. Eight is Ohio State. All right, so Texas hosts, Penn State hosts, Notre Dame hosts, and Ohio State hosts. Clemson at Texas, winner to play Arizona State. Still don't know Penn State's opponent, still don't know Notre Dame's opponent, and still don't know Ohio State's opponent. But Oregon, Georgia, and Boise State still await matchups. We got 3 more teams to unveil. Then we'll know the first ever 12-team college football playoff. So, who is 11, who is 10, and who is 9? Because 11's going to 6, 10's going to 7, and 9's going to 8 to take on Penn State, Notre Dame, and Ohio State, respectively. Who is the 9? It is Tennessee. Tennessee at Ohio State, winner to play Oregon. So at the top, as the 12, it's Clemson. They go to Texas, winner to play Arizona State once again. Ohio State is the 8. They host 9th. Seeded Tennessee, winner to play Oregon. Who's 11 and who's 10? Who is 11 and who is 10?
Reese, I think it's interesting to look at that next game, right? The winner of that game, we were talking earlier about Texas and Clemson playing Arizona State, that being potentially a coveted position. We talked about that all year, that 5-hole. Look at Tennessee and Ohio State, who they match up with the winner of that game. That's pretty exciting to look at that game. Potential rematch of Oregon and Ohio State, or Tennessee gets a shot to take on the number 1 team throughout the year.
You know, it could be that maybe we're talking about the 5 seed being coveted. As I look at the way this bracket's unfolding, maybe it's going to be 6. Maybe it's 6. Okay, 8-9 game is Ohio State, Tennessee, the 7-10 matchup in South Bend.
Going to Notre Dame is Indiana. So the Hoosiers are going to South Bend. 2 11-1 teams. Of course, they got to save Penn State for last. Hey, we are. And is it going to be SMU? Is it going to be Alabama? Is it going to be Miami? Is it going to be Ole Miss? Is it going to be South Carolina? Who's the 11? Who's going to Happy Valley? Take on the blue and white. Yeah, Indiana, Georgia, winner, or Indiana Notre Dame, excuse me, winner plays Georgia. So who's coming to Happy Valley? Is it SMU or Alabama? It's probably going to be Alabama. It's probably going to be the Tide rolling in. Who is the 11 seed? Technically going to ranked 10th, but seeded 11th to play at Penn State. Who is 11?
I think that's what Coach Saban was talking about. You look at the key wins for Alabama versus the key wins for SMU, Louisville, Duke, Pitt, TCU. And there is a mile apart. We have to go through those schedules.
I know that I'm dragging this up. I want to say this before we get to the end. There's no right answer here, but there are downsides to both answers. Because SMU played the conference championship game. Alabama has a
Ranked 10th, seeded 11th is
Penn State. And the final spot in the college football playoff. Who is it?
the SMU Mustangs.
Mustangs.
SMU's coming to Happy Valley.
And edge out
We are.
So it will be SMU
Alabama did not get in, so the Tide can cry.
spots in terms of seeding, and they get the last at-large.
They're 9-3 with a good win against Georgia at home, but then 2 losses against 2 different 6-6 teams. Alabama's the first team out. Second team out, probably going to be Miami, yeah. So Alabama, Miami, just on the outside looking in. So then they'll bitch all, well, from 12 teams, we got to go to 14 teams now. We got to go to 16 teams. You know, it took them a decade from 4 to 12, for God's sakes. It ain't happening anytime soon. All right. So Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, and Arizona State get first-round byes as conference champions. Pauses. We got time here before 1 o'clock to discuss all this before the NFL begins. Thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play watch-along reactions of this college football playoff reveal, along with the NFL Browns and Steelers coming up shortly. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well to stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying. Excited for the NFL, but excited now that the first ever 12-team college football playoff has been revealed, and can't wait for the matchups. Share hashtag college football, CFB playoff, Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, Arizona State, along with Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Tennessee, Indiana, SMU, and Clemson. So share and chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. As well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Be sure to scan the QR code if you haven't done so already as well. That's behind me, QR code. Be sure to scan it. But yeah, okay. Dive into this first ever 12-team college football playoff has been revealed. To get a first-round bye, once again, you had to be one of the 4 highest-ranked conference champions. Even though 5 conference champions get in, whoever's the lowest ranked of those 5 conference champions, they get the 12 seed. That's Clemson. So as Oregon won the Big Ten, Georgia won the SEC, Boise State won the Mountain West, and Arizona State won the Big 12. They were the 4 highest ranked conference champions. They get first round byes. Clemson won the ACC. They are the 12 seed, and they are going to be playing at 5th seeded Texas. Once again, the rankings versus the seeding is what ties in, because Oregon's ranked 1, as is Georgia, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Tennessee, Indiana, Boise State, SMU, Arizona State, Clemson, 1 through 12. And then your first 2 teams out, right on the outside looking in, that did not make it, Alabama and Miami. So the Tide and the Canes, not in the playoff, but they'll get a damn good bowl game. Maybe match them up against each other. There's ACC, SEC matchups in bowl season. That won't happen, but just saying. Anyways, so Oregon's ranked 1, seeded 1. Georgia's ranked 2, seeded 2. Texas is ranked 3rd, but seeded 5 because they didn't win their conference. Just like Penn State at 4. The Lions ranked 4th, but seeded 6th. Notre Dame ranked 5th, seeded 7th. Ohio State at 6, but seeded 8th. Tennessee 7, but seeded 9th. Indiana, they are ranked 8th, seeded 10th. SMU seeded 9th, Boise State ranked 9th, but seeded 3rd. And then SMU is ranked 10th, seeded 11th. That's one off the closest, anybody got other than Oregon and Georgia being 1-2, 1-2 ranking and seeding, because then you go Texas 3-5, Penn State 4-6, Notre Dame 5-7, Ohio State 6-8. Like there's a 2, gap there with the ranking to the seeding. Tennessee 7-9, Indiana 8-10, Boise State, like I said, ranked 9th but seeded 3rd. SMU's ranked 10th, seeded 11th, and then Arizona State is 11, but seeded 4th because they won their conference, and then Clemson is 12, ranked 12th and seeded 12th because they're the 5th conference champion, the lowest of the 5 to be ranked. So they go on the road, and your first round matchups in the first ever 12-team college football playoff, with Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, and Arizona State getting first-round byes. The 12th seeded Clemson Tigers will play at 5th seeded Texas. So the Longhorns will host the Tigers in Austin, not this weekend, but next weekend. There will be 4 first-round games, not December the 13th and 14th. You'll have Army-Navy this upcoming weekend, along with the Heisman Trophy ceremony to be presented. But 1 game on Friday night, December the 20th, and then 3 games that Saturday on December the 21st from high noon to 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. I'm sure they'll give us, as they just gave us the matchups, but then, the TV designations along with the kick times at some point in time here soon. I'm sure they're figuring all that out right now. As 2 of the games will be on ESPN. Actually, both night games are going to be on ESPN that Friday night and Saturday night, and then TNT is going to have the noon and 4 o'clock game. So once again, Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, and Arizona State first round byes. 12th seeded Clemson's going to 5th seeded Texas, as just mentioned. The 6th seed Penn State Lions will host SMU, who is seeded 11th. I mentioned last night, if that was, going to happen, the storyline there is going to be from death penalty to damn near death penalty, with SMU being handed the death penalty back in the 80s, and then Penn State with the sanctions in 2012, but then still playing football, and rightfully so, because the players did nothing wrong. But that's neither here nor there right now, but that should be a damn good game. SMU had the 15th ranked strength of schedule. Just the ponies are going to come up, and they'll talk about the weather with it being cold. Obviously, the Penn State run game will have to Pony express their way against the Mustang defense. But, yeah, just obviously find all this out live right now. Should be an interesting game. It's either going to be SMU or Alabama, there, and it was SMU. So, and a lot of people will say, well, now Penn State has an easy, fucking road to the Final Four. No, because SMU is good, and so is Boise State. That's if they get to Boise State. They got to beat SMU first. They got to take care of business. We'll dive into that game later. Those are just initial thoughts. And then 7 is Notre Dame. They'll host Indiana. So that's an in-state matchup with the Hoosiers going to South Bend to take on the Golden Domers, the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Winner to play Georgia. As Clemson, Texas winner will play Arizona State. This is top to bottom. 8-9, Ohio State will host Tennessee. Buckeyes and Vols. So winner of that will play Oregon. And then, yeah, it's Penn State, SMU, winner to play Boise State, and Indiana, Notre Dame, winner to play Georgia. So Oregon's 1, Georgia's 2, Boise State's 3, and Arizona State's 4. Because you can forget about the rankings now. What matters is the seeding. Where are they seeded in that? Oregon's 1, Georgia's 2, Boise State's 3, Arizona State's 4. Once again, they get first round buys. And then just top to bottom. They're not going to seed this or anything like that. This is the bracket. Win or go home. Survive and advance. Clemson, Texas. Winner to play Arizona State. Tennessee, Ohio State. Winner to play Oregon. SMU, Penn State. Winner to play Boise State. Indiana, Notre Dame. Winner to play Georgia. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. I don't think I really missed anything. But that's the bracket. So let me know in the comments below who you have winning. First round games and moving ahead to the quarterfinals and then to the semifinals, which are the final 4. And then if you obviously win that, it's you're playing for the national championship. Yeah, for Penn State's sake, we are. But here we go, Steelers in about 20 minutes. Nittany Lions and Mustangs. I couldn't tell you if they ever met or not. I'll have to look this up. Both teams are 11-2. Both teams just lost last night in the conference championship games. Yeah, let's look this up. Penn State, SMU. They actually have met once before. Penn State won back in 1978. So it'll be the second all-time ever meeting. Or actually, shit, they met twice. Sorry about that. So this will be the third all-time meeting. Penn State leads the all-time series 1-0-1. There was a Penn State win and a tie. And that was the Cotton Bowl in which the "We Are" chant came to be. Yeah. Penn State tied SMU in their first ever meeting back on New Year's Day, 1948. 13-13 in the Cotton Bowl. And then SMU came to Happy Valley in 1978. And Penn State won 26-21. So, all right. A tie and a 5.1 score win. We'll see how it plays out officially, say probably sometime that Saturday. I doubt they're going to have Penn State, play that Friday night at home because Penn State ain't going to want to play at home that Friday night. They'll want to play that Saturday. If they're going on the road, that'd be a different story. But now, is it going to be a noon game? Is it going to be a 4 o'clock game? Is it going to be an 8 o'clock game? For my sake, it is what it is. But the Steelers also play that Saturday at 4:30 at the Baltimore Ravens. So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, streaming-wise, because I really don't want to watch or have to watch both of them at the same time and stream both at the same time, because I'm just going to be going back and forth. But that's what I got to do. That's what I got to do then. The Penn State game is going to come first, no doubt about it. We are huge football fan, huge Penn State fan, huge Steelers fan, but college football on a Saturday compared to the NFL on a Saturday, yeah, especially when the blue and white are in action. Because then still, even with the Steelers hosting the Chiefs that following Wednesday on Christmas, I can still tape the game, try not to know what the hell happened. Because I'm good at that with staying off social media. And watch that game that Sunday. Because it'd be similar to, as well, I'm not going to be home, and, because I have other plans or something, like, that's come up in the past, and, tape it and then watch it, the next chance I get. So it's just going to be interesting to see when that game is. Now, if it's at noon, if it's at 8, Steelers play at 4 o'clock that Saturday, well, then I can double up and do both that Saturday then. And then hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. But yeah, SMU has the 15th ranked strength of record. Excuse me. The strength of schedule is 60th. They're 11-2 with 5 of those 11 wins against teams over 500. 2 of their losses, both over 500. They lost to BYU and they lost to Clemson, both by 1 score. Less than that, actually. It was a game-winning field goal last night, and then I believe it was also a 2 or 3 point loss against the Cougs. SMU beat TCU, but not TCU from 2 years ago. Louisville's good. Duke's good. Pitt was good at 7-0, and before they lost 5 in a row, which that 5-game losing streak for the Panthers started at SMU a month ago. So, yeah, they're just going to debate back and forth, you know, talk about this, talk about that. What time we got?
We do have some sites that are determined, guys.
All right, now we got some announcement on the sites and then kick times with the date. We will have Oregon as 1 with a bye going to the Rose Bowl. Georgia as the 2 in the Sugar Bowl. From the Big Ten to the SEC, Boise State is 3. Going to come down from the mountains and head to the Valley of the Sun in the Fiesta Bowl. Arizona State going to leave the desert and head to the Peach State to play in the Peach Bowl as the quarterfinals. All right. And then top to bottom, left to right, Clemson as the 12 seed going to Texas. That game will officially be Saturday, December the 21st at 4 o'clock. Tennessee at Ohio State is that Saturday night at 8 o'clock on ESPN. So that means Penn State hosts SMU that Saturday at high noon on TNT. So SMU Penn State from right here in Happy Valley, December the 21st, noon on TNT. And then Indiana Notre Dame will be that Friday night game on ESPN. Winners to advance. So that's that. We literally just got info on that, yeah. So Clemson at Texas, Saturday at 4. Tennessee at Ohio State, Saturday at 8. But SMU Penn State kicks it off that Saturday at noon. Not this Saturday, next Saturday, the 20th and 21st. But the 12-team college football playoff begins that Friday night, December the 20th at 8 o'clock with Indiana going to Notre Dame. Clemson, Texas, whoever wins that plays Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. Tennessee, Ohio State, whoever wins that plays Oregon in the Rose Bowl. SMU, Penn State, whoever wins that plays Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl. And Indiana, Notre Dame, whoever wins that plays Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. Winners of those then quarterfinals will then meet in the semifinals, which officially are going to be the Cotton Bowl and the Orange Bowl. Before then, the national championship is on January the 20th, 2025 in Atlanta, Georgia. So for Penn State's sake, hey, it's you host SMU. If you win, you go play Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl. You'll have to stop the run. You win that, you're either going to be going to the Cotton Bowl or the Orange Bowl to play either Georgia, Notre Dame, or Indiana. But that's looking ahead. Obviously, if you get that far into the semifinal and the Final Four and win that, you're going to be going on to play for a national championship against, you know, one of the 6 teams from the top of the bracket, if you will. If you want to split it in half there. with 12-5, 9-8 compared to 11-6 and 10-7, and then the 1-4 and 2-3. But that's where we stand. We're getting close here to 1 o'clock, so we'll switch over to CBS here. I actually already have ESPN up on this TV, so I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. So they actually take a commercial break. So in the meantime, we'll turn it over to CBS. I'm sure they're already previewing the game. Got Brown Steelers coming up. Obviously, they just played right before Thanksgiving on Thursday night in the snow. And we'll have Jim Nance and Tony Romo on the call. So, we'll dive into Brown Steelers here in a minute. But for the college football playoff, that's what it is. Okay, let's see if I can remember this off the top of my head now. I'm just talking about it. Oregon's 1, Georgia's 2, Boise State's 3, Arizona State's 4. So that means Clemson's 5. They go to Texas. Winner of Clemson-Texas plays Arizona State. Penn State is 6. They host SMU. Winner of that plays Boise State. Notre Dame is 7. They host Indiana. Winner of that plays Georgia. And then Ohio State at 8 hosts Tennessee. Winner of that will play the number 1 ranked and seeded Oregon Ducks, who are the lone unbeaten left in all of college football. So, and then the schedule-wise, as Oregon will be in the Rose Bowl, Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl, and Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. The Cotton and Orange Bowl will be in the Final Four for the semis. Obviously, they'll then have the national championship after that. But Indiana Notre Dame will be Friday night, December the 20th, as the only game. And then on Saturday, it kicks off with SMU Penn State at noon. We'll see about the weather, but the Lions are still going to have to play in it. And then you have Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock, Clemson, Texas, before Tennessee goes to Ohio State that Saturday night. So that's your 12-team college football playoff, and obviously that's why they play the game. Ain't decided on paper, it's decided on the field. We'll just have to see what the hell happens. But I'll leave it at that. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. We'll recap college football coming up at halftime with taking a look around the NFL, see what the hell's going on. Update some stats and scores. It's week 14 already before we preview week 15. Steelers Browns coming up, one game at a time. Obviously, once again, these two teams just met on a Thursday night right before Thanksgiving in the snow in the rock and roll city of Cleveland. Now Browns coming to the Steel City. We'll get into the game here, but thanks for tuning in and watching my live play watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host of CFB Sports, Cohen Luke 96. What I will say is we'll really talk about the college football playoff during my college football bowl season preview that I always have at the end of the year. So keep an eye out for that. I'll have that revealed at some point in time soon, just like we just saw the college football playoff get revealed. Obviously today as well, all the other college football playoff games with bowl season, all the other bowl games, I should say, are going to be revealed today as well. So we'll see who's playing who in bowl season. You get extra practice. You get an extra game to end the year, hopefully with a win. But now with the playoff, if you're playing in the first round, you got to go win 4 games to win the national championship. If you have a first round bye, you only have to go win 3. So, like I said, with Penn State, as a Lion fan, here we go, Steelers coming up shortly. They were 7-0, lost to Ohio State, won 4 in a row, lost last night. Why not go another 4-game winning streak and go win the national championship? So, your college football playoff once again as follows. Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, and Arizona State, your top four, they get first round byes. Oregon in the Rose Bowl, Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl, and Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. Texas is 5. They host 12-seeded Clemson. Penn State is 6. They host 11-seeded SMU. Notre Dame is 7. They host 10th-seeded Indiana. And the Ohio State Buckeyes are 8, and they host 9th-seeded Tennessee. Clemson, Texas winner plays Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. Tennessee, Ohio State winner plays Oregon in the Rose Bowl. SMU, Penn State winner plays Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl. And then at the bottom of the bracket, you have Indiana, Notre Dame, with the winner playing Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. Those 4 first-round games will go into the 4 quarterfinal games. Winners of those 4 quarterfinal games, with 4 teams left then, will meet in 2 semifinal games, the Cotton and the Orange Bowl respectively, and the 2 winners from those 2 games will play in the College Football Playoff National Championship game on January the 20th, 2025. But now we'll transition from the College Football Playoff being revealed to some NFL coverage action with the Browns and Steelers. So we'll switch the hat. Here we go, Steelers, here we go. Break out the old corduroy, and let's see if the black and gold are going to be back in black and just find a way to win today. I mean, they went to Cleveland, remember, a little over a week and a half ago. Thursday night football in the snow right before Thanksgiving. And what really did them in a one-score loss, as they're were 8-2, now they're 9-3. When they played the Browns just recently, 8-2 at 2-8 Cleveland. Well, the Browns won; they got to 3-8. Pittsburgh fell to 8-3, but then Cleveland went to Denver last Monday night and lost. Pittsburgh went to Cincinnati and won in a shootout. So it's from 8-2 versus 2-8. It's 9-3 versus 3-9 now. Weather not going to be a factor. Sun's out shining. Pittsburgh at Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium. No more Pitt Panther football. They have brought back the gold-yellow end zones, and they'll have those now for at least 3 home games the rest of the regular season. Obviously, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs, which they should be, will be, but then hosting, you'll have that as well. So they're waving terrible towels, and here we go, Steelers. Here we go. So yeah, we'll dive into this into the thick of it. It looks like the Steelers are getting the ball to begin the game. So yeah, Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson on the call. This is obviously the top game for CBS this week. And the Pittsburgh offense going to be out in the field here first. But what did them in against Cleveland, as I was saying, that Thursday night, was they missed a field goal. And then, rather than throwing a Hail Mary at the end of the game, they could have kicked another field goal. But then, the weather, was a factor as it, continued to snow and snow and snow. But Cleveland played through it, found a way to win. Pittsburgh couldn't. But once again, weather not a factor today. We go from a fucking blizzard in the snow last time these two teams met, just recently, a week and a half ago, to the sun shining and the Steelers on the kickoff return. It'll be a touchback, 1st and 10 for the black and gold from the 30-yard line. Right to left across your television screen right now, dial. And it'll be Russell Wilson at quarterback. We'll see if Fields gets used at all today or not, but obviously Najee Harris, Jalen Warren. George Pickens out, though, with a hamstring injury. He is inactive, not playing, so they need somebody to step up at wide receiver. Obviously, get the tight ends involved then. Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Hayward, Pruitt. But yeah, no Pickens. So, obviously, as Cleveland jumps offside on the very first play of the game, be 5 yards, automatic first down, and somebody's cousin, Lane Clark, is today's Whitecapper. So be a 1st and 5 now to begin the game. And Pittsburgh at wide receiver as Fryermuth was in motion. Washington also lined up at tight end. That's one. Let's keep it up. Let's get after him. It looks like Calvin Austin's listed as the number 1 wide receiver today. Obviously, they have Mike Williams, who they traded for, but he only has 1 catch as a Steeler since they traded for him from the New York Jets about a month or so ago, and that was for the game-winning touchdown at Washington a few games back. So, yeah, obviously going to have Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, Mike Williams to really step up today with Pickens out. It's going to be 3rd down. It was, remember, 1st and 10, 1st and 5 because of the penalty. They got 3 yards on a run, 2nd and 2, and then be 3rd and 3 officially coming up. That pass on a rollout far side. Caught, but tackled for loss, so 3rd and 3. So we'll hit the reset button here in a minute. We'll sit back and relax and just watch this game, see how it plays out. But I mean, it's Browns Steelers, okay? It's an old school rivalry, smash mouth football. These two teams hate each other. 3rd and 3, they fake the draw. Russ looking to throw, rolls out, and we'll go deep. Has a man, and it's just a little too much out of bounds, incomplete, intended for Mike Williams. So 4th down and 3, and they're going to have to punt. So, yeah, no George Pickens for the Steeler offense today, out with an injury. Whether he's actually hurt or whether they're holding him out because they don't want to fight any Browns defenders and kick their ass or what, I don't know. But hopefully he's okay. Hopefully they get him back soon. I mean, you'd rather have him out now and, do without compared to not having him in the playoffs. Waitman punts it inside the 10, returned about the 16-yard line, so be 1st and 10 for the Brownies from there. Some pushing and shoving as we continue to watch this college football playoff selection show as well as the 12-team bracket was just revealed. If you're just now tuning in, we just discussed all that, but still just awaiting the rest of the bowl games to be announced. Have any info on that? Also taking a look around and seeing highlights from these other games in the National Football League, but we'll update some scores when the time is right. So 1st and 10 here for the Browns. Jameis Winston at quarterback. He started against Pittsburgh, in the first meeting this year, just recently, with no Deshaun Watson out with an injury, done for the year, and maybe as a Cleveland Brown, who knows what the future holds, but Winston going to start up under center, 1st and 10 for the Browns from the 17-yard line, and he'll hand off to Nick Chubb, but T.J. Watt there to meet him, tackle him in the backfield for a loss. Pittsburgh gets Alex Highsmith back today as well after he suffered an injury against Washington, Veterans Day weekend. Didn't look good. He's missed, a few games after. Obviously, with Baltimore, they're on a short week at Cleveland, but they got a mini bye then going into Cincinnati last week and then a full week's rest before today's game. So Highsmith's back on the other edge, but you have T.J. Watt with that 5-yard tackle for loss. They bring pressure up the middle. Winston just going to throw it. That's intentional grounding, but incomplete. 3rd and 5. Cam Hayward in the middle, Benton as well. Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ogunjobi, the Steelers nominee for Walter Payton Man of the Year. But Patrick Queen came on a blitz up the middle. They just forced pressure, and then Watt and Highsmith touch, and down goes Winston. That's what he was arguing. Well, that's a fucking roughing the pass. No, it's not. You have 3rd and long now, 3rd and 15 here for Cleveland to begin the game. Empty set, 5 wide. Refs are letting him play. Down he goes again. And welcome back, Alex Highsmith. He sacks Jameis Winston. 4th and a mile. They'll punt from their own 5-yard line. And Pittsburgh's going to get the ball back, hopefully, here with some damn good starting field position. maybe, get some points out of not doing anything on the first drive, but then defensive stop there, just backing them up and backing them up and backing them up. So tackle for loss for TJ, and then a sack for Highsmith, and now the Browns will punt from the back of the end zone. And Pittsburgh almost blocks it, and we'll have a return from the 47-yard line, Calvin Austin, and he gets to the 35, so they're already in field goal range for Chris Boswell. Run the goddamn ball with Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. I mean, like I said, with no Pickens at wide receiver, yeah, you have Van Jefferson, Mike Williams, Calvin Austin returning, the punt there. Broke one against the Giants earlier this year. But get the damn tight ends involved. Get Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, Connor Hayward, Michael Pruitt. I mean, and there's a will, there's a way. Just find a way to drive and score points and win this game. Get to 10 wins. As the Steelers last week with the win at Cincinnati secured another successful winning season. They're 9-3. They can't finish any lower than that. Najee Harris on the run inside the 30. First down Steelers to the 20. 15 push out of bounds. There you go. Like I said, run the goddamn ball. Get the tight ends involved. So breaking it off, and here we go, Steelers. Here we go. This crowd's really juiced up. I mean, it's the first home game since Baltimore 2 weeks after the bye, and then they went on the road to Cleveland on a short week. Mini bye win Cincinnati. Obviously had Thanksgiving. Hopefully everyone had happy Thanksgiving as well. And then now they're back home today before they go on the road the next 2 weeks. Naj up the middle again to the 9-yard line. Be second down. So they're inside the 10, but second and about 3 or 4 coming up. They go to Philly next week. They go to Baltimore then the week after. It'll be a Saturday at 4:30. Luckily now on my end, Penn State plays at noon, so what I'll probably do, as I mentioned earlier, I'll just double up and watch them both back to back and go from there. I mean, if we start watching the Steeler game a little bit later than it kicks off, then okay. I'll still tape it to make sure we don't miss anything. Rather than taping it and watching it the next day or anything like that. Because that's going to be a potential option if they're both on at the same time, but that's not the case. So we'll do that, and then Pittsburgh, then they're home today. They'll go on the road the next 2 weeks, but then they get 2 home games, 10 of the regular season. They host the Chiefs on Christmas, Wednesday afternoon at 1 o'clock, and then they host the Bengals week 18, and then if they're, 2, 3, 4 seed in the AFC playoffs, they're going to host a wild card, game at home. Which, very, very likely that happens. It's just a matter of fact of, who's it against. 3rd and a yard, they sneak it and got a penalty on the play. Might be legal formation or no legal shift because they weren't all set. Because they motioned in and then pushed the pile on the sneak unless it's a false start. I think it's coming back even though they do get the first down. It's going to be 3rd and 6. Unless it's against the Cleveland defense. I think it's against Pittsburgh. Yeah, legal formation, 5 yards, and they'll put it down, 3rd down. So, 10:03 to play in this first quarter. And Steelers, 3rd and 6. Knocking on the door. They're in the red zone, trying to put up some points here after, a punt on the opening drive, and then big defensive stop. Tackle for loss and a sack on Cleveland to get the ball back. So under 10 now to play. 3rd and 6 from the 13. There's 12, from the 12-yard line. 3rd and 6 from the 12. Play clock 1 down. Gotta go. And Russ, ball batted down, deflected back, and it falls incomplete. So 4th and 6 off the setup for 3. Here comes Boswell for a field goal. So all right, they're gonna get points out of this hopefully though. But remember, he did miss a field goal at Cleveland. Was his only, fucking doinked off the back of Mace McCormick's head. It wasn't batted down. Russ literally threw it into the back of his lineman's head after the pressure. And you can say all you want, because Russ is a short quarterback. No, he's able to get the ball out. It's just the pressure there that didn't help out. Field goal by Boswell is up and good. So the Steelers lead the Browns 3-0 here, 9:32 to play in the first quarter. Browns will get the ball back, but all right, at least they got points out of that. Yeah. Just gotta relax. Hit the reset button here once again. Thanks for tuning in and watching, but yeah, just you would have loved that to have been a touchdown drive, no doubt about it. Still get points out of it. No, but Boswell, he makes it. Remember, missed one at Cleveland in the wind before it really started snowing that Thursday night. And it was from 50 plus, and it was wide right. And if they had that with the way the score was, they're not throwing a Hail Mary at the end of the game. They're potentially kicking a game-winning field goal in the snow to win it. Whether he was going to make or miss that, then who knows. That's not how it ended. It came down to Hail Mary. They didn't get it. There was some pushing and shoving. But they got home safe and sound, and then went to Cincinnati last week, and not that good of a start either. Remember, they threw the pick 6 a week ago, and took them a little bit to get going, but then they answered back, and then it was back and forth. But then in the second half, they stopped the run and had momentum off of a couple Bengal turnovers, and able to put up the 40 plus points they did in the victory last week at Cincinnati, and now back home here today against Cleveland. So this will be the last time they play Cleveland until next year, because the Browns are trying to get on the playoffs again, which is no surprise. But yeah, that's where we're at, 3-0, and just find a way to tack on to your lead, score some more points here, and we'll go from there. Just find a way to win, get to 10 wins, and yeah, give the Browns their 10th loss. Some old still images of this rivalry, and obviously they hate each other. And the Browns left, went to Baltimore, and the Steelers hate the Ravens because of that. And then the Browns come back in the league. Well, you sell that matchup then. And then Steelers, Bengals. Yeah, that's gotten chippy in the past too. Like, obviously the AFC North is on HBO Max right now for Hard Knocks, the in-season series. And whether it's Pittsburgh, the Cincinnati, Cleveland, Baltimore, or one of those other teams to the Steelers, or one of those other teams to one of the other teams, they all hate each other. Okay, they don't like each other. I mean, but that's football. That's a rivalry. That's obviously what you want, and it's old school smash mouth football. So, 3-0 Steelers. Let's see if there's anything that I forgot to add in that I mentioned a week and a half ago when these two teams played. Obviously, the Steelers lead the all-time series. It's now 81-64-1. Obviously, this game is not in Cleveland in the snow. It's in Pittsburgh in the sunny December air. And after Cleveland setting up shop on their opening drive and going backwards, they run it there for 7 yards up the middle, 2nd and 3 coming up. Now they're going to reveal the rest of the college football playoff top 25. Memphis is 25, UNLV is 24, Colorado is 23. So we'll see all this. We, as mentioned, know the 12-team playoff now with the rankings, but it's really the seeding is what matters now. Army's 22, but then the matchups and when the games are played and who plays who if they win and all that. So 2nd and 3, first down. Browns on a 6-yard run now up the middle. So yeah, Memphis 25, UNLV 24, Colorado's 23, Army's 22, Syracuse 21. So then they'll give us the rest of the top 20 from 20 to 13, 20 to 15, because we know 13 and 14 with the first two teams out, as they were Alabama and Miami. They did not get in. 1st and 10, Cleveland though here. 2 runs and a first down. So they're going to just try to settle themselves into this game and run the football and just get something going. I mean, you can't blame them. Steeler defense get after them, though. And Winston, they'll toss and run it again. TJ Watt with Ogunjobi on the stop. With Benton and Landon Roberts as well. As mentioned, Larry Ogunjobi, 99 for the Steelers up front. D-tackle position is the Steelers nominee for the Walter Payton Man of the Year. That was won last year by Steelers defensive tackle as well in Cam Hayward. So that's probably why with Cam Hayward winning last year, Ogunjobi is not going to win it this year. It's going to be somebody else. But Pittsburgh does have 2 Walter Payton Men of the Year on the team. Cam Hayward winning it as a Steeler last year, but then Russell Wilson having previously won it in Seattle before he went to Denver, and then the Steelers signed him. So you have a Walter Payton Man of the Year on offense, a Walter Payton Man of the Year on defense. I would have to think TJ Watt at some point in time before he retires will also win it. You know, I mean, look at JJ Watt. He won that award with the Houston Texans as well, but neither here nor there right now, but obviously a huge honor. It's basically the Heisman Trophy in the NFL. That's not the MVP award, for the best player. As the Heisman's the best player in college football, the MVP, best player in the NFL and any other sport. But it's always the off the field stuff they talk about. Pass over the middle incomplete with KZ on the coverage. It'd be like the academic Heisman. But incomplete, 2nd and 10. It started to air it out after they got a running game going. That pass was intended for David Njoku. Yeah, like I said, I'm making sure I don't, really forget anything here from what I mentioned last time these teams met. We're going from the college football playoff to the NFL here today, and just a lot going on. 2nd and 10 from the 36. Empty set. Still just got to take care of business. Peyton Wilson on the tackle would like at least one of my 2 favorite teams to win this weekend. But 3rd and 9. I mean, it's really just as Illinois is 20. These games are normally close, and Pittsburgh's normally always, regardless of who they're playing, in a one-score game anyway, they need a defense to stop the end to win it. So it's like, can they get themselves a little bit of, cushion at the end to not have it come down to that? Winston, Jesus Christ, you got to be kidding me. Was it a legal forward pass is the question, because it's right there by the line of scrimmage as he rolled out and then threw it, and Jerry Jeudy's wide open, caught, touchdown. So the Browns take a 6-3 lead with 5:50 play in the first quarter. Missouri's 19, Iowa State 18, BYU 17. Clemson is ranked 16th technically, but they, remember, won their conference, so they're in the playoff. And South Carolina's 15. Ole Miss 14, and then we know Miami's 13 with Alabama is there as well. They're the first 2 teams out. So that's that. Touchdown Browns. They lead 7-3. Steelers going to have to fucking score touchdowns rather than have to settle for field goals all damn day here again. 2 drives and 3 points. So 3rd drive, hopefully, be a charm here. And yeah, we'll see. Would have. No doubt about it, just to force a field goal there. You think about it with Steelers field goal on the 2nd drive. The Browns started around the football, got a couple chunk, plays there, 5, 6, 7, 8 yards, a couple first downs, and then they started airing it out. So Pittsburgh got bit on the run because then they opened up the play action, and then look what happened. Winston goes to Jerry Jeudy, and it's caught for a touchdown. And Jameis Winston last week had one of the most, I don't know what word you want to use, but stat lines in football, not high school, not college, not NFL, but football history. He came up a few yards shy of 500 on the road. Threw a couple touchdowns, but then threw a couple pick sixes. And the Browns lose against the Broncos, close last Monday night. And Jerry Jeudy, in the meantime, against his old team, went off, had over 200 yards receiving and a couple of scores. So just, you got to cover him, but then as soon as you cover him, well, somebody else is going to be open. So Steeler defense here going to have to just make some stops.
That's helpful, Brad. For savings and service, get more with Geico. Thursday on CBS.
So we'll see if they can do that, or if that's the case or not. But if not, it's going to be a long afternoon because they got to stop Chubb for one. Just get pressure on Jameis. But he can stand back there and throw. Just with the pressure, though, make him force a mistake. Make him throw the picks he loves to throw. But it starts up front. Stop the run, force the pressure, make Jameis do what he doesn't want to do. Well, there you go. He did find Jerry Jeudy. There's a good connection there. And yeah, they drive 70 yards on 7 plays in 3.5 minutes and score on a passing touchdown and take a 7-3 lead. So the Steelers are getting the ball back and touch back on the kick. So we'll see here. Pittsburgh offensively they had a good run there with Najee Harris, can run the football a little bit, get Jalen Warren bulldozing his way forward. You have Pickens out once again today, so they need somebody to step up wide receiver. That's what I said. Run the screen game. There's been some balance and consistency in the running game and the screen game with the backs as of late. Now that they got Jalen Warren going after injury and then getting used to the system under Arthur Smith, who Pittsburgh at this rate might only have for 1 year as the offensive coordinator because he's getting some buzz in college and around the NFL for another head coaching opportunity. So we'll see about that. But quick pass far side, caught, but tackle for loss, 2nd and 12 coming up. Just run the football, get the tight ends involved with, Pickens out. That pass going to be caught near side. Scotty Miller, they have him and Ben Skoranek also at wide out. 3rd and 4. So like I said, somebody's got to step up. But now Russ got to be Russ. He's got to cook. He threw for 400 yards last week, a couple touchdowns, did have the pick 6. And that was, remember, a difference in the game, for a point in time before they got a couple turnovers and scored off of those turnovers. And then, held on to win. But 3rd and 4 here, Freiermuth in motion. Warren will come back into the backfield. Out of the gun, Russ gonna get pressured, going deep near side, nobody there, incomplete, 4th down, they'll punt. So Cleveland, hey, you got to give it to them. They're playing well on defense here early, and then the offense just, got a drive going, and they scored. So now they're going to get the ball back and have a 4-point lead on top of it. So, no, Pittsburgh offense, with Russ, like I said, if there's any Justin Fields, they okay. They've won with both of them, so, if they need to, they have been able to, so they can. But run the football. Najee Harris is a penalty on the play. What the hell is this, Land Clark? Come on, man. Intentional grounding on Russell Wilson on that, even though he threw the ball fucking 30 yards downfield. Come on. That's just asinine. There's no way that was intentional grounding. You threw the ball past the line of scrimmage, and maybe a defensive hold because nobody was there. There's no way that's intentional grounding. No. That's just stupid. Browns almost blocked the punt, but it's not a good punt to begin with, and it's going to go out of bounds far side around the 40, a couple yard bounds to the 37, 38 yard line. So, the 1st and 10 Browns. From there, up 7-3 on the Pittsburgh Steelers here today. So, Steeler defense back out there. Now, for the Steeler offense, once again, here we go. All right. It's Russ. Yeah, like I said, if we see Fields, okay. But if not, then whatever. They've won with both of them, so yeah. If they need to, well, they can do whatever they need to do. Just find a way. But they got to rock Minaj, run Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, like I said, getting going in the run game. He's bulldozing and bowling his way forward. But with Pickens out, they got to get the tight ends involved, which there's been nothing to him yet. No Freiermuth, no Darnell Washington. You know, Pruitt's played better than Hayward at tight end. Connor, Cam's little brother. I mean, they could line Cam up with tight end offensively, let alone fullback if they'd want to. But with no Pickens at wide receiver, once again, it's from Van Jefferson to Mike Williams to Calvin Austin to Scotty Miller had a catch there, Ben Skoranek. Like, it's going to be a team effort, you know, by committee, just figuring something out, and it starts up front with the offensive line. They got to be able to block to run the football and block to open up the pass. But you got to give credit to this Brown defense thus far. They've been making some stops. You know, Pittsburgh's opening drive, a punt on a quick 3-and-out. And then, you know, Pittsburgh does drive on a short field after stopping the Browns on defense. A couple tackles for loss and a sack. Get the field goal, but then they give up the touchdown. They can't stop the run, and then the Browns start airing out. Now they're down 7-3. Steelers get the ball back there, and, you know, can't do anything, and punt the ball back. So now Brown ball, 1st and 10 around the 40-yard line or so, up 7-3. So the Steelers defense is going to have to make stops. I mean, what's new? I mean, this is how it always is. It's a close one-score game, and they got to rely on the defense to find a way to win in the game. So, no, that's where we're at. There's a shot of the city at the point of the Three Rivers coming together from the Allegheny to Monongahela, Ohio. And on the North Shore, there's a PNC Park, but then also Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium, right next to the parking lot that used to be Three Rivers. Yep. Thank you, Jim Nance. You can't even fucking pronounce. Good God, man. I swear to God, I'm bugged. But 1st and 10. From the 37, 1st and 10. 4:34 to play in the first. Jameis going to hand off. Chubb gets a couple yards, but they wrap him up. Watt and Ogunjobi. Quarterback matchups following a 400-yard passing game all the time. You had Jameis and Russ, Ryan Fitzpatrick and Ben Roethlisberger in 2018. That was Pittsburgh and Tampa. And then the Manning brothers, Peyton and Eli, back in 2013 when Peyton was in Denver. So now, yeah, they both went over 400 last week. Pittsburgh won on the road, Cleveland lost on the road. Pittsburgh hosting the Browns today. So 2nd and 6, incomplete, 3rd down and 6. But yeah, that's where we're at. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. Come on, defense, get the hell off the field. Winston pump fakes, dumps it off. Got an open field tackle. They do just that. Dante Jackson, flag on the play though. It's going to be 4th down, but flag on the play. We'll see what the dirty laundry is. Personal foul, roughing the passer. Fuck you, Land Clark. Come on, man. They say roughing the passer on Alex Highsmith. Jesus Christ. You can't even fucking touch somebody without getting a fucking penalty called against you nowadays. Come on. What the actual fuck? You gotta be kidding me. That's absolute horseshit. That's just bad. Had piss poor officiating last night. Don't need it to fucking continue today. But what's new with the fucking zebras? Go back to your fucking zoo pen while you're at it. Come on, man. You gotta be fucking joking. You gotta be kidding me. No way. No chance in hell. Good God. So you gotta play the fucking Browns and the refs again today. Come on, man. Defense feed off it, though. Let it fire in their ass and get after them. That's just bad officiating. No way. Just because they bitched about it earlier because he can't fucking take a hit doesn't mean you need to fucking throw the penalty the next time he gets hit, just as you did there. I mean, come on. That's just frustrating. 2nd and 8. Get after him. Just keep fucking hitting him. Jameis being as wacky as he is, maybe if you hit him again, you'll knock some fucking sense into him and set him straight. Rather than, oh, I'm looking around and just loving the fucking moment. And coming up with this and that to say. And what matters is winning. You know, you can talk all the talk you fucking want to talk, but you can't walk the walk. You know, that's why they make fun of the dude. Because it's all fucking corny ass bullshit. 3rd and 8. You know, and he throws more goddamn interceptions than he fucking throws touchdowns. Like, take it from Bruce Arians, former Steeler offense coordinator. You know, I mean, Jameis literally thought Bruce Arians, who is white, Jameis thought he was fucking black. Okay, that he was African American. Delay a game because he couldn't fucking see. And that goes back to Florida State. You remember he'd always be fucking squinting to the sideline, couldn't fucking see shit. But he could still air it out, he could still throw, but I mean, he's not a bad quarterback. It's just, it's the decision making, man. So 3rd and 13. And that's what Bruce Arians had said, that if we can win with Jameis throwing 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions, well, no doubt, sure as hell, we can win with somebody else. And then guess what? Tom Brady went to Tampa, and they won a fucking Super Bowl in his first year. So, and then Jameis left Tampa after being the number 1 overall pick out of Florida State back in 15, going to New Orleans, backing up, you know, Breeze, and then, you know, in Cleveland here. Dump off and Njoku brought down at the 40-yard line, so 4th down, they're going to have to punt. So Pittsburgh only gave up about 20 yards even after all that. And they're going to get the ball back. Still only down 7-3 here, 2 and change to play in the first quarter. So Austin had a decent punt return the last time. We'll see if he can break one here. But, yeah, that's just where we're at, 7-3. And it'll bounce inside the 10 and be down around the 9. So 1:56 to play in this first quarter. Update some stats.
Hey, you can't do that. What? Jules, tell her. You can't watch football without Tostitos. What do you think? What?
Jameis Winston's 4 of 8 for 62 yards. Sacked once by Alex Highsmith. Got roughing the passer called against him as well. Another hit, but is what it is. So my piece on that. Jameis has the passing touchdown to Jerry Jeudy, who has a catch for 35 yards in the score. Jerome 4-2-11. Nick Chubb 4-4. Elijah Moore has catch for 20 yards. Joku 1-6. And then Pittsburgh side of things, getting the ball back down 4 here, 7-3, minute 56 to play in the first quarter. Russell Wilson 3-6 for 5 yards. 3-6 for 5 yards. Good God. Scotty Miller 1 of 8. And then it's 3-6 for 5 yards with an 8-yard reception to Scotty Miller, because Michael Pruitt has a catch for -1 yard and Cordell Patterson has a catch for -2 yards. So yeah, no shit. Take the 3 yards off the 8 and get 5 on 3 catches. And then Najee Harris has 4 carries, 32 yards. Run the goddamn ball, you know, and then let Russ open it up. I mean, because they're getting pressure on him right now. They got to block better for one, you know, from left to right up front on the line. You know, Dan Moore, Isaac Seumalo, Frazier, and then McCormick got doinked in the back of the head on one of the passes. And then you have Broderick Jones. So, yeah, just... run the goddamn ball, okay? Just got to get some balance and get some rhythm, momentum going, and just you know, move the ball, drive, and score.
Great coordinators, both former head coaches in the league as well. Yeah, exactly. And right here, hit the running back on the way to the quarterback. Schwartz has really taken a Jimmy Johnson philosophy. And over here, it's the play-action game, 2 tight end formations, and they want to run the ball. Second most in the NFL.
Exactly. Run the goddamn ball. So 1st and 10 from the 10. Jefferson in motion. He's got to move on up today, man. Quick bubble screen complete. Near side, Scotty Miller. And he gets to the 20 for a Steeler first down. And mark him about a half yard short. He gets 9.5, so it'll be 2nd and 1. 2nd and inches. Second and 1. And toss, Najee Harris. And no, doesn't get anywhere. 3rd and yard. Come on, man. 3rd and 2 now. 3rd and 2. Minute to play in the first. Russ going deep on 3rd and 2. Scotty Miller incomplete. So 4th down, they're going to have to punt again. They have nothing literally going for them at all on offense. Nothing. Not a damn thing. They have a running game a little bit, but it's not much. And then Russ, they're not throwing, you know, that well today in the pass game. They're just not. So they'll punt here on 4th and 2. Yeah, you could say they're missing George Pickens, but it's credit to the Browns defense. They're just making stops because they'd probably be making the same damn stops with Pickens because they already beat the fucking Steelers. So that's no excuse. Offense has got to get rolling. Defense just got to continue to make some stops here. They'll take a quick commercial break here. 7-3 Browns ball, 1st and 10, 43 seconds to play in the quarter. But yeah, that's just where we're at. Defense just got to get stops. There's not much else to it. They just got to get stops. So, yeah.
Here's your problem. There it is.
So from the 38, 1st and 10. Hand off Chubb. And no gain for him. Or Jerome Ford, 34, not 24, excuse me. Jerome Ford, 34, Nick Chubb, 24. But still tackle for loss, second and long. Yeah. Highsmith and Hayward with Queen on the tackle. So 2nd and 11. Yeah, they don't have to snap it. They don't want to here. Might go to the end of the first quarter. Switch ends. Yeah, that does it for the first. So 15 minutes in, the Browns lead the Steelers 7-3. Second and 11, and pass far side incomplete as we get in the second quarter here. So big third down here for the Steelers to get the hell off the field. Now JJ's in attendance. Winston drops back, gets hit by Highsmith and Watt, pass incomplete. See, and then there's no roughing the passer there. It's the same fucking thing as it was earlier. And no penalty now, yet they called a penalty earlier, which makes still no sense. But incomplete, 4th and 11, offense getting the ball back.
Actually had an 84-yard punt earlier this season. It's the longest in the NFL this season.
And this punt going to bounce into the end zone for a touchback. So 1st and 10 Steelers from the 20. They'll take another break. 14:41 to play in the half. Pittsburgh ball.
You're watching football. Whole games basically an elaborate scheme to make you buy more food.
What are you talking about?
Didn't think about it. Turnovers, pancake blocks. So I just scored. Feed me more. Refrigerator Barry was not his real name.
I don't think football's trying to sell you food.
Oh, really? And what are you eating? Jerry.
Rice.
Jerry's eating rice. Huh.
Game day deals only on Uber Eats.
So back for the Steelers. Series starting at the 20. Listen, so far 4 for 8, 14 yards. That's it.
First and 10, Russ far side, incomplete. 10 for Darnell Washington, 2nd and 10. Got an update. What do we got? We'll update some scores here in a minute. But Steelers got to do something here on offense. I don't care what the hell it is. They got to do something, man. Yeah, sunny today. No snow. Handoff, but Warren going to be brought down for a tackle for loss of 5 yards. Be 3rd and 15. Come on, man. Just, they can't do jack shit today. It's just frustrating. Russ on 3rd and 16 gets to the 25. But remember, drive started at the 20, so they're going to get 5 yards out of the drive, and they're going to have to punt again.
Calling a perfect game right now. Defensive coordinator for Cleveland, and really giving Russell Wilson fits. First time he's allowed him out of the pocket, and that's actually okay on 3rd and 15 if he goes straight.
Jim Schwartz's first NFL experience gave us a research for Jack of all trades for Bill Belichick in Cleveland.
The Browns ball, 1st and 10 we come back. They lead 7-3 with 13:26 to play. Not much on. I mean, the most excitement I think we've had today has been the college football playoffs being revealed. Seriously. Like, that's how bad the Steelers are playing today right now. Defense playing all right. As is the Browns D, but Pittsburgh offensively just, there's nothing there. They're just walking around not doing shit. They're just going through the motions and they can't make any plays. But once again, credit the Browns defense, you know. See what happens. It's a long game, ain't over till it's over. A lot of football to be played, so.
I'm literally getting doorbusters.
Yeah.
In our kitchen. In my slippers.
Those are my slippers.
Just frustrating.
Supercharged go. All 6 scores are go.
Winston pump fakes, picked off. It's intercepted. Keanu Benton to the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 Steelers. There's the spark they needed. Got to capitalize off this now and score off the turnover. It's a 26 takeaway this season by the Steelers, which is the most in the NFL. Pump fake. Beanie Bishop jumped up, forced some pressure. They just wanted to run the screen to Chubb, but then Keanu Benton was just right there, got off his block and came back and found the ball in the air and picked it off and ran it back for about 10 yards. So 1st and 10, Steelers from the 30. "31-yard line officially. 1st and 10. Got to score off of it. Got to score. Got to put points on the board. I'll take a field goal, but I'd love a touchdown. Bubble screen, far side, incomplete, intended for Austin. A little miscommunication. Luckily, it wasn't picked off. 2nd and 10. Handoff. Cordell Patterson up the middle for 3 yards. 2nd down and 10. Make it 3rd and 7. At least, hey, they're in field goal range already, as they were, off the punt return. Get an interception here in field goal range already. If they can't do anything, then okay, kick it, but you'd like to move the football and score a touchdown or two here today. 3rd and 7 with Freiermuth motion. I don't know why the hell they're not going to tight ends. I just don't. They're 0 of 5 on 3rd down already today. 12:32 to play in the first half. Going deep. And incomplete. They're going to throw the penalty. Get a defensive pass interference, defensive hold on the Cleveland Browns. 10 for Calvin Austin, but he wasn't there because he was being held. Illegal contact. Pass interference on the defense. 15 yards, automatic 1st down. It'll be a spot foul at the 20-yard line or so. So it's about a 10-yard penalty on a pass interference rather than a 15-yarder, but still 1st down. That's what matters. So 1st and 10, Steelers. Come on, boys. Actually, ball at the 12. So a little bit more. And then there's the dump off to the tight end and Pat Freiermuth on the screen, and he gets down inside the 10 of the 5. Be 2nd down and 3. Not a goal to go yet, so they got a couple shots to punch it in here for sure. Second and 3 from the 5. Russ is going to pump fake, tuck it and run. Up the middle, dives, 1st and goal. So inside the 5, 1st and goal. And you got 4 shots now to punch it in. Got to punch it in. You got to score a touchdown. You can't settle for 3 now. You got to score. Hayward motion. Hand off Najee Harris. Touchdown Pittsburgh. There you go. Score off of interception and retake the lead. 11 minutes on the dot to play in the half. 9-7 extra point to come. And right now, that's going to be the difference in this game. Let alone, their field goal from earlier with a 3-point lead will be the difference, even though, both teams scored touchdowns. comes Boswell for the extra point. Make it a 3-point lead again, 10-7. Kicks up and good. Steelers lead the Browns 10-7, 11 minutes on the dot to play in the first half. Update some stats here. Jameis with the passing touchdown to Jerry Jeudy, but the interception to Keanu Benton. About a 10-yard return. Got a pass interference. And then Russ now 5 of 11, 21 yards. 17 of those to Scotty Miller, 7 to Freiermuth to get him a little bit closer. Then they get a goal to go. Russ 2 of 12 on the ground. But Najee Harris, 6 carries, 33 yards rushing, and that touchdown. So the Steelers lead the Browns 10-7, 11 minutes to play in the first half. We'll get back to the action shortly. Both teams still have 3 timeouts, 2 in a warning. Before halftime, at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores, see what's going on in the NFL this week, preview next week, and talk a little bit more about the college football playoffs, so stay tuned. Get a new t-shirt every time you get a turnover. Well, let's boost the merchandise. First and 10 from the 30. Winston all day to throw. They still get to him at the end of it. And it falls incomplete as he threw it out of bounds. So, second and 10. Second and 10 from the 30. Jameis going to hand off, and Queen pushes him out. So third down, about 5. Going to wind the clock. 3rd and 5. Jameis, far side, high, incomplete again. 4th down, no punt. All right, so the tide's turned a little bit. Pittsburgh's got some momentum now on their side after making the stop on the first defensive drive, get the field goal, and then, they gave the touchdown, down 7-3. But then even with the offense not doing much, the defense is still making stops. They got the interception on the last drive, forced another punt here. Offense capitalized off the turnover. So they lead 10-7, getting the ball back. And with the lead, you want to run the football. Calvin Austin from the 10 on the punt return, 15 to about the 19-yard line goes number 19. Calvin Austin, the 3rd. So be 1st and 10 Steelers from there. As there's J.J. Watt waving a terrible towel, cheering on TJ. But here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Thanks for tuning in and watching. Yeah, Steeler ball 1st and 10 when we come back, up 3, 10-7. As we near halftime. Browns will get the ball back to begin the second half, in my dad, because the Steelers received, if you remember. So. Eight punts. With the quarterbacks not playing well. Difference is a Steeler field goal, but it's really a Brown turnover. 1st and 10, under 10 now to play in the half. Jalen Warren for about a yard. So 2nd and 8. And a handoff for us again to Warren, bulldozing forward for about 7 or 8. 3rd and short.
I'm starting to get impressed with Warren. I mean, it's taken him a little bit to get back, but he's really starting to show his skill set right here. And you see how fast he can hit that hole. He's one of the better 3rd down backs in the league. Great in the screen game, great pass protection, but you're seeing him utilize multiple ways. 3rd and 2.
So 3rd and 2. Russ keeps it for himself, gets a first down, slides again. All right, there you go. Checking his footing, it looked like, in the turf. I don't know if anything came up or not. It didn't look like it, but hopefully it didn't slide and hurt anything. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It was a little awkward, you know, a little rough on the slide. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 34 here. And they'll run Warren again. He spins again, and gets 12 yards on a Steeler first down. Crowd's going to like that. There's another spark for you. Got momentum. Keep it up. One play at a time. Just keep moving the ball. Maybe take a shot here before too long. So from the 45, 1st and 10. And they'll run it again. Jalen Warren for another 6-7 yards up the middle. Hey, keep running them until they stop them. You know, why fix what ain't broken? Some pushing and shoving after the whistle. Getting chippy. So 2nd and 3, toss it, Najee Harris. And he's going to be short. It'd be 3rd and about 1.
That was one of the words that was bandied about after the game scuffle between Newsom and Pickens in the snow a couple of weeks ago.
That's the area that you see that can hurt your football team from time to time. When we talk about the coach, he does such a great job.
Get it on a sneak. Russell Wilson keeps it, and first down Steelers. 7 runs in a row. That's what I'm saying. Watch for a pass here before too long. Watch them go deep. And Cleveland's probably going to be ready for it. I mean, but why not? Just keep running the fucking football. You know? Now they'll throw. Rusty, there he goes. Deep down the far sideline. Push off by Mike Williams. They throw the penalty. God damn it. They're going to get him on a pass interference. And it's coming back. So he's still only going to have 1 catch as a Steeler. It was a touchdown against Washington a month ago. That would have been his 2nd, but now he pushed off. Yeah, that's a good call. I'll live with that one. Yeah, that's a clear cut. He clearly pushed off. That's a penalty. I'm not arguing that one. I argued what I argued earlier because it wasn't, but that's a penalty. Yeah. It is what it is. It's coming back, 1st and 20. A lot of punts and a lot of penalties today. Steelers, the running game, though. That's good with a lead. So 1st and 10. Make it 1st and 20 after the penalty from the 46. Back on the wrong side of the 50. Warren on the screen. He's fun to watch, man. He's a bowling ball of a bulldozer. He gets the penalty yardage back. Not then some, but 2nd down and manageable to get themselves in a good 3rd down if they don't can convert, on 2nd down to get another 1st down. But just don't go backwards. Continue to go forward here. Yeah, 2nd and 9. So 5:18 to play in the half. And Russ, quick pass, complete again to Warren. He dropped it, incomplete. No catching a fumble, it's incomplete.
Well, you see right there, it's man-to-man. When a running back goes outside, the numbers, a linebacker goes with him. It's man-to-man. And Russell read that incorrectly. He's just playing it man. As soon as he stays there, he can find out. Now, I personally would come
Pass far side, caught. Mike Williams on 3rd and 9, going to be short though. It's going to be 4th down, Pittsburgh. And do they go for it, or do they punt and pin them deep? It's going to be 4th and about 3 or 4. Yeah, 4th and about 3. They say 4th and a long 2. All right, they're going to kick a field goal. Be a long field goal here from Boswell. Yeah, 54 yards. So this is to the river. From the left hash, Boswell, 54-yard field goal, up and good. So 13-7 Steelers with 4:20 to play in the half. So rolling up, and they got a 6-point lead. Yeah, it started with the interception. That's the spark. Got another stop. Drove, kicked field goal. So, yeah. Yeah, Hard Knocks in season with the AFC North just came out recently. Obviously have the Steelers with the Ravens at the top of the division right now, then the Bengals and the Browns. But that's where we sit. First and 10, Jameis kept it for himself, got 12 yards, and another 1st and 10 for the Browns coming up. So. From the 40, 1st and 10 here, 3:45 and counting to play in the half. And a handoff, and Hayward on the tackle. Winston pressure, and Preston Smith with Hayward and Benton on the tackle, on the sack. Be 3rd and long. Pittsburgh called timeout. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Pittsburgh with a timeout with 3:01 to play in the half. 3rd and 12 coming for the Browns. They're going to try to get the ball back. 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning to try to go drive and score some more points before halftime. To extend their lead from 13-7 to 16 to 20-7, maybe. Obviously, Cleveland can get the ball back to begin the second half, but yeah. 3rd and 12. And Winston gonna roll out, avoid another sack. Throw caught. No, dropped, incomplete. Catch, they say 1st down. All right. Well, that timeout doesn't help now. I'd be in no hurry to stop the clock. So from the 47, 1st and 10 in Cleveland. And Ford on the run, spins. Queen can't wrap him up. Still going. Loudermilk was the one who pushed him out and tackled him out of bounds. And Queen's a little slow to get up, but he's all right. Two-minute warning, 13-7 Steelers. They lead the Browns. So update some stats here at halftime. Once again, see what's going on in the NFL, along with talk about the college football playoffs somewhere. 2 minutes to play in the half. 2nd and 3 Browns. They get a first down. Going to look to cut this lead, let alone retake it going into halftime, and then they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. So Steeler defense needs to stop. First and 10, ball 35, quick pass, quick tackle by Deshaun Elliott. So 2nd and 10, clock still ticking here. You know, they show off the Steelers schedule. You know, home game today, but after today, got 2 on the road and then 2 at home, back to back. 2nd and 10, Winston, pass complete. Beanie Bishop pushes them out. See if they give him a first down, though. They do give him a first down. Yeah, that's first down. So clock stops at 43 seconds, 1st and 10 Browns. Ball 23. Empty set, Winston on a shuffle pass. And down to the 20. They still have 3 timeouts. He might have just burned one of them. Unless Pittsburgh did to try to get the ball back still, but I don't know why they would. I mean, there's no sense really to stop the clock. Yeah, Browns with a timeout. They go to 2nd and 7 coming up. So from the 20, 2nd and 7 here. Judy in motion. And pressure. Going deep. Incomplete in the end zone. So 3rd and 7.
Last week in Denver, when he caught a couple scores, this is what you're talking about. Posted the fastest times of the season.
Timeout Steelers on 3rd and 7. Okay. Probably call their 3rd and final one if they get a stop here, get off the field, force a kick. Because then you'll get the ball back with no timeouts, but maybe, 20, 25 seconds.
Yes, for 20 consecutive years, but don't forget the Browns did win that wild card game here in the postseason in 2020. It's Stefanski. He was coaching from his basement. It was during COVID. He was not at the game. He did a great job.
So 3rd and 7. Steelers have won 20 straight at home against the Browns in the regular season. Obviously, that's, 20 years because they only play them once at home during the regular season. Pass incomplete. Clock stops. So Pittsburgh gets to keep their 3rd and final timeout. Field goal coming up for Cleveland. They got 28 seconds, so Pittsburgh can get the ball back with a timeout and a little bit of time if they want to do anything, but not much.
He's always been great at that, but he's been amazing this year. He's been a great surprise in a lot of ways, but his ability to cover now, separate
So Hopkins for his first field goal today will be 38 yards. Into the hills. Snap, hold, kick. No, he hooked it wide left. No good, no good. Pittsburgh going to get the ball back from that spot with a timeout, 23 seconds. So the defense holds. Pittsburgh's one of the toughest places to kick in the league. He just hooked it wide left. I mean, you can see the wind's blowing that way, though, too. So, yeah, no good, wide left. So, do they do anything with a timeout, even with 23 seconds on the clock? I mean, if you can get out of bounds, got 22 yards to go to midfield, probably another 10 to 15 after that to, be okay with kicking a field goal. Russ looking to throw, going to roll out. Just don't take a sack. Roll out, throwing it out of bounds, incomplete. So clock stops. 16 seconds, so nothing on that play. 7 seconds ticked off. 2nd and 10 with a timeout. I mean, they still got 2, maybe 3 plays because of that timeout. They got to get out of bounds, though. But they got to get some yards. They got to at least get to midfield. Probably on this next play, or close to it. And then get another, 10, 15 yards for Boswell. And not call a timeout until they have to. Pass far side. Now you got to call it because he's tackled in bounds. Clock's going to wind unless they're in no hurry to stop it. Clock's just going to tick. They're just going to go to halftime. 3, 2, 1. No, they don't worry about it. All right, pass was complete to Mike Williams, but yeah, tackling him bounce so the clock winds. They don't call the timeout. They're not worried about it. They just go into half with a 6-point, 13-7 lead. And Browns can get the ball back to begin the second half. So 13-7 Steelers. They lead Cleveland at halftime here. If you call the timeout there, you still had 11 seconds, 10 seconds or so? You still probably got 2 plays to, try to get out of bounds, maybe heave it deep. You don't know what the hell's going to happen. But they were in no hurry to do anything there, and they're content. They're fine with having a 6-point, 13-7 lead here at halftime. I mean, they're playing well on defense, and they have momentum. I mean, it started the spark of the interception. They got, a touchdown out of that after already having a field goal. But then just continued to make stops, and then Cleveland just missed a field goal. So, yeah, 13-7 rather than, 13-10, 14-13. If Cleveland would have scored a touchdown there. But at the half, the Steelers lead 13-7. Jameis Winston's 8 of 19, 91 yards. Does have the touchdown to Jerry Jeudy, but that's Jerry Jeudy's only catch for 35 yards. They're covering him pretty well thus far. Jameis has been sacked twice, has the interception. Keanu Benton with the pick. Jerome Ford 5, make it 6 carries, for 27 yards. Winston 1 of 11. Nick Chubb has 5 carries for only 8 yards. Obviously, he's coming back from his injury that he suffered at the Steelers last September on Monday night. Missed all last year, then afterwards, and a good half of the first half of this year. Jerry Jeudy, a catch for 35 yards on the touchdown. Elijah Moore, 1 of 20. Akins, 1 of 14. Michael Woods has a catch for 20 yards, or 12 yards. Joku, 2 of 6. And then Hopkins, good on his extra point, but just missed a 38-yard field goal. Wide left. Russell Wilson, 8 of 16 at halftime here. 46 yards. They're running the ball better. His 46 yards are to Scotty Miller, Mike Williams, Jalen Warren, and Pat Freiermuth. Najee Harris, 7 of 35 on the ground with a touchdown. Jalen Warren, 5 of 24. Had a couple big runs there. Russell Wilson, 4 of 19. Patterson, 1 of 3. Scotty Miller with 2 catches, 17 yards. Mike Williams, other than his 1 catch for the touchdown against Washington after the trade for him, he has 2 catches today for 14 yards. So it's something to improve on because he doesn't have any other catches other than those 3. Jalen Warren, a catch for 11 yards. Fryermuth, 1 of 7. We are Penn State. James Franklin being interviewed during this college football playoff selection show that we're still watching. Obviously, taking a look around the NFL too with some highlights, and they're actually going to show them off here at halftime. So we'll get to some scores in a minute. But Patrick Queen has 6 total tackles. Highsmith has a sack. Hayward has a sack. Benton has an 11-yard interception return. Boswell with as many points as the Browns have at 7. Pittsburgh leads by 6, 13-7. He has 7 points on a made extra point, and then 2 of 2 on his field goals. So the Steelers lead 13-7 here. At the half, we'll update some overall team stats. So yeah, Steelers lead 13-7. Bucks lead the Raiders in a Super Bowl 37 rematch, 14-10. Got the Vikings and Kirk Cousins return to Minnesota. The Vikings tied it at 7. They also lead 14-10. So then 3rd and 6. Darnold with a passing touchdown. Yeah, 14-10 Skol Vikings over the Dirty Birds. Panthers in Philly taking on the Eagles, and the same 14-10 score there as well. Eagles lead against Carolina. Pittsburgh at Philly next week. So hopefully Yins are ready for that game. And then the Jets and Dolphins. It's not 14-10, but it's pretty damn near close. It's 15-13. So we've got some action in the NFL 1 o'clock window for sure with some scoring. So overall team stats with the Steelers up on the Browns 13-7. Cleveland does have more first downs, 8-7. Neither team can really convert on 3rd down. Cleveland's 2 of 7. Pittsburgh's 2 of 8. They both ran 33 total plays. Got a 3-yard total difference in total yards. As Pittsburgh has one more drive just because of that last play there before halftime. They're both averaging 3.8 yards per play. Cleveland has a better passing attack, 78-46, but Pittsburgh has a better rushing attack, 81-46. 7 total penalties, 3 against the Browns for 26 yards, 4 for 41 against the Steelers. Pittsburgh's controlling the clock, though, by, 2.5 minutes? Or 6 seconds? 16:03 to 13:57. Difference, really, in this game at 13-7 is Pittsburgh kicked the field goal. Cleveland scores a touchdown. Pittsburgh gets an interception. They score a touchdown, then go up 10-7, kick another field goal, 13-7. The interception by Winston and Benton, and Pittsburgh scoring off of it, Najee Harris rushing touchdown. That's the difference in this game right now. And Cleveland's getting the ball back to begin the second half. So Pittsburgh really just, you think about it, man, with the offense really not in a groove. There's really no rhythm. They have momentum as a team, but they have no passing game. They got to open it up a little bit. You could say they're missing George Pickens, but at the same point in time, I don't really think, that much as of yet. We'll see how the game plays out from here. He's out with an injury today. You have Najee and Warren running the ball pretty well. Obviously, that's where the touchdowns at, or else they'd be down a point, 7-6 with the 2 field goals they have, and then not being able to capitalize off the interception. That's big right now in a one-score game for sure. But they got to have somebody step up a wide receiver. I don't care who it is. But get Pat Fryer's football tight end. You know? So we'll see what happens with that, which ain't gonna happen. But yeah, just how the second half plays out. Just find a way to win. You know, that's really where they're at. Just you'd like it to open up a little bit, be a little bit more explosive. But, I mean, they have a lead, so guess what in the second half with a running game that they're going to do? They're going to run the football and work clock because they already have a running game and they've already controlled the clock. So, you know, it takes pressure off for us then. And it's still going to come down to the defense, though, I think. You know, having to get a stop. Defense needs to make a play, game's on the line. You know, you're talking another turnover or two. Hopefully you can score off of it. I mean, really, just take your points while you can get them. I mean, yeah, they scored 1 touchdown, kicked 2 field goals. You're up 6. Kick a field goal, you're up 9. That's 2 scores. Kick another field goal, you're up even more. I mean, yeah, score a touchdown. You know, it's for sure 2 scores, and you know they got to score 2 touchdowns rather than a combination of a touchdown and field goal by any means. But yeah, just get out with a win. I don't care how you get there, just get a win. You know, beat the Browns. And it lost to them at home in 20 straight meetings in the regular season. You know, they can't win in Cleveland, but they beat them at home. And I mean, it's a big game for them, regardless of the record. I mean, Browns could do some damage. I mean, shit, they already beat the Steelers. You know, it's probably a game Pittsburgh would like to have. Well, let alone the others that they lost earlier this year too, against the Colts and the Cowboys for that matter. But obviously, you'd rather lose in the regular season rather than the playoffs, no doubt about it. But they got a couple big games coming up the next couple weeks. They go to Philly, they go to Baltimore, they host Kansas City on Christmas before they get Cincinnati week 18. So it's going to be a grind to the end of the regular season, and then the regular season ends, and then, you know, the playoffs start a week later unless you get a first-round bye, which, you know, they're not going to be the number 1 overall seed, seemingly, you know, unless they take care of business and get help and, you know, somehow find their way there. But still a lot of football to be played from now until then. You know, the second half of this, 4 more games, but just like I said, just find a way to win this. Just get out healthy for one. Really haven't had any injuries today. You know, don't want to jinx it by any means, but that's just how it was earlier this year. They'd have somebody go down, and then once somebody would come back, somebody else would get hurt. Highsmith just returned today. Well, look at Pickens, he's out today, so I guess that does equal that out. I guess that makes sense. You know, have it before the game, not in the game. Like, I don't even know how the hell he got hurt, but he got hurt. He's out, inactive with a hamstring injury, they said. Obviously just pulled something, whether it be in last week's game or, you know, in practice sometime this week or what, because he was questionable entering today, and then it was about noon, right before kickoff, they came out and said, no, he's not playing, he's inactive. So, yeah, they need somebody to step up at wide receiver, but just give tight ends the ball and run the damn ball. Just drive and score. Take your points. Get defense stops like they do, and rely on Boswell, you know, kick it. So, that's where I'd be at with the Steelers. NFL Week 14, Lions beat the Packers on a game-winning field goal Thursday night, 34-31. Got a few games on right now. Titans up on the Jags, 3-0. Saints 7-3 at the Giants. And then the scores we saw highlights of at halftime here on CBS with the NFL Today crew. The Dolphins leading the Jets 15-13. Vikings on top of the Falcons 14-10. Eagles up on the Panthers 14-10, as well as are the Bucks leading the Raiders 14-10. And then the Steelers leading the Browns at halftime, about to begin the second half, start of the third quarter, 13-7. Browns are getting the ball. So, Titans 3-0 leading Jacksonville. Miami up 2, 15-13 on the New York Jets. 14-10 Vikings leading Atlanta. 7-3 Saints at the New York Football Giants. Eagles, who Pittsburgh plays at next week. 14-10 Philly. They lead Carolina. 13-7 here Pittsburgh on top of Cleveland. And then the Bucks 14-10 leading the Silver and Black. Still to come today at 4 o'clock. Seahawks, Cardinals, Bills, Rams, and Bears, 49ers. Sunday Night Football is Chargers, Chiefs. Monday Night Football is going to be in Springfield with the Simpsons, Bengals, Cowboys, as the Broncos, Colts, Patriots, Washington Redskins, football team, Commanders, Ravens, and Texans are all on bye weeks this week, as the Browns return the kickoff out past midfield and going to set up shop 1st and 10 inside of Pittsburgh Steeler territory. So drone forward from the 5-yard line, 10, 15, out past the 20, the 25, a couple missed tackles by the Steelers, hit the hole down the far sideline, and more missed tackles before finally being brought down, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Cleveland Browns. And then we'll preview the NFL for next week momentarily, so stay tuned for that. 1st and 10 Cleveland from the Steeler 39-yard line to begin the second half, so the defense needs a stop, man. Pushing and shoving at the end. As a couple yards, I don't know what this penalty is going to be, unless it's a personal foul and sportsmanlike conduct. Well, yeah, but you got to call it both ways. Call it down the middle. They're just blocking. There's the push. Yeah, they always get the guy who, got it at the end. After the play, personal foul, necessary roughness on Joey Porter on the Steeler defense. Just got to play smart, but yeah. Like I said, they want to play like this? Well, fuck them. Let's play them like this then. They want to get down in the dirt and get their hands dirty. Put it to them. 1st and 10. From the 21. So big kickoff return, penalty, and then 1st and 10 inside the 20, go the Browns. They're going to try to cut this lead, let alone retake it for the first time since they're up 7-3. But all Pittsburgh, 10 unanswered with a touchdown and the field goal. From the 18, 2nd and 6. And Jameis hands off Ford again, but he's wrapped up by Elliott. Ball come out there at the end? No, looked like it. 3rd down. Third and 4. And Winston's pass far side, caught. And got a penalty on the play. They're going to get pass interference on Cleveland. It's coming back. So it's not going to be 1st and goal at the 1. It's going to be a PI, and 15 yards, they'll replay it down. Lane Clark's like, you sure you don't want to call it the other way? Yes, jackass. It's pass interference on a push-off by Cleveland. So 3rd and 14 now for the Browns. Where are they going to spot it at? Third and 14, back of the 25. And trouble with the snap. Winston gets it. TJ Watt chase him down, slips and falls. Winston runs, rolls out far side, pass in the end zone, incomplete. 4th down, they'll kick a field goal. Remember, they missed a 38-yarder going into halftime. It was wide left, and it was also into the hills where they're, going now. So, Pittsburgh going to luck out, forcing a field goal here. Hopefully he misses it again, but he'll probably make it this time. But you never know. But, hope for a miss. But after a big kickoff return and then a penalty on defense and then Cleveland with a penalty backing themselves up, and now they got to kick a 43-yarder. Remember, they just missed from 38 this way before halftime, and the wind's still blowing right to left. This kicks up, and it's going to be no good. He's going to hook it wide right. So, no good again. 13-7 still. Pittsburgh ball, 1st and 10, 12:40 to play in the 3rd quarter. They'll take over from that spot. And now with the interception by Jameis as the spark for the Steelers to take a lead after being down 7-3, go up 10-7, kick another field goal of their own. The Browns have missed 2 field goals and still trail by a 6 at 13-7, unless we'd be tied right now at 13 apiece if both of those are made, let alone one of them's missed, one of them's made. It's 13-10, but missed them both. So it's still 13-7. Pittsburgh ball. They still have momentum, and that's that. So, like I said, with the lead, run the football, work clock, because they're doing both, well right now. They have a running game. They're controlling the clock by a couple minutes. But come the second half, you continue to run the football, work clock, you'll get out. It'll be a fast second half if you can just move and score. But obviously Russ got to, open it up here a little bit. They got to open up this passing game. He has 45, 50 yards, passing at half. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. Just nothing stupid. No penalties, no turnovers, nothing, to not go your way. Just move the ball, score. Like I said, you got to settle for field goals, then so fucking be it, You already kicked 2 of them with a touchdown off of a turnover. You kick another one, you go up 2 scores at 9, 16-7. I'll take it, especially in the second half, mid to late 3rd quarter. You have a lead. You're running the ball well. You're working clock. You're getting after them on defense. Continue to, force pressure and make them make mistakes. And mama before too long, early 4th quarter, then you're going to be in a good spot to, get payback on them from, right before Thanksgiving in the snow and, find a way to beat them here today. So, once again, just find a way to win. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. They're going to set up shop at the 33-yard line after the missed field goal. Freiermuth in motion. And Russ going to fake the give to Naj and then throw it in the dirt on the screen, incomplete, 2nd and 10.
Everybody, honestly, but right there, Harris. He's matched up man-to-man on the outside. Hicks comes flying in. They don't fear the deep ball, and it jumps in on for his offense. But Cleveland can't score, so they're in town.
It is an amazing difference, isn't it, without Pickens?
It really is.
2nd and 10. Russ going to hand off Najee Harris, but only a yard. So 3rd down, 3rd and 10.
The reason you can pressure a team, disrupt the run game and the pass game, and send 5 guys, sometimes 6, you don't fear the touchdown on the other side.
You saw Pickens again watching from the sideline. It was a close one. I think he threw it over to him. The inactives came out 90 minutes in the
3rd and 10 from the 33. Can't do anything off a missed field goal now. Russ going to step up, avoid a sack. Throws it right on the line of scrimmage. It's going to be caught out past midfield. Pat Freiermuth for the first time today. Thank God they're finally going the damn tight ends. But was it a legal forward pass, or is it coming back for a legal forward pass? He threw it right last possible second. It's complete. 1st down. 1st and 10. Pittsburgh at the 46 of the Cleveland Browns. There's another spark for you. You got to do something off of it, though, now. Come on, let's go. Warren on the run on a drop, the middle inside the 40, and bulldozing still going to the 32. 1st down. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Let's go. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. They're in field goal range. You know, make it. You're up 2 scores. Touchdown, which you'd love. You're up 2 scores at 20-7. And they got to score 2 touchdowns. And then pressure's on them to do something. Because remember, the only time they really have done something today was when they're down 3-0, and then, they go drive and score with a running game and then start airing it out, and Winston finds Jerry Jeudy for a touchdown. Handoff Warren for about 3, maybe 4 yards. 2nd down and, we'll say 7. 10.5 to play. And they say 2nd and 6, surprisingly. They do give him 4 yards. 10.5 and counting to play in the 3rd quarter. So 2nd and 6 from the 28. And fake the end around. Run a screen with Warren far side. Hey, it opened everybody up. Yeah. And Warren gets inside the 15 to the 14. Be 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. Yeah. They motioned. Fake the end around, ran a screen, but then everybody from the far side's already going downfield and across the middle. Run the screen, far side, green grass in front of them with a catch and run, and you get to 1st down. Now, you couldn't have ran that play any better, honestly. 1st and 10. And now Freiermuth getting his leg taped up on the sideline. Hopefully he's okay. 1st and 10 from the 14. Wilson bubble screen far side and to the 10. That is Calvin Austin on the reception. 2nd and 5. Second and 5 from the 10. Russ going to keep it for himself. Wide open. Caught in the end zone. Van Jefferson. So you got him stepping up at wide receiver today with a touchdown now with no George Pickens. Had Scotty Miller with a couple catches. Ben Skowronek's making plays on special teams. Calvin Austin, the punt return. Made the previous catch before that, a passing touchdown. Mike Williams has a couple catches today, so that you couldn't have executed that play any better either. Fake the run. Gonna run it myself? No. And Boswell extra point up in good. Steelers lead the Browns now 20-7 with 8:37 to play in the third quarter. You have guy wide open in the flat. All Jefferson did was just hang around and hang around and hang around until he, oh shit, I'm open. All right, let's move here a little bit. And hopefully Ross finds me, and he did. Touchdown. But they had a man open over the middle, and they had a man open on the far side on a post, too. Like, Cleveland was all over the place on that play defensively. So, I mean, hey, I'll take the touchdown, and that's a passing touchdown. They're opening it up now, along with keeping the running game going, which is a good thing, you know. You have a lead, you want to run the football and work clock, and yeah, just don't fucking blow it at this rate. I mean, seriously, yeah, just don't fucking blow it. You're up 2 scores here, 20-7, with half the third quarter already gone and the fourth to still be played, but obviously just keep getting after them on defense and run the ball. And I mean, if you score any more, okay, you'd like to, but if you don't, then okay, just make sure you hold them. You know, just make sure it still doesn't come down to the final fucking drive or anything like that. Yeah, just we'll see here how it plays out, but that's a big touchdown drive for sure. You know, they go get points, and it's a touchdown rather than have to settle for a field goal. But if it was a field goal, it would be a 2-score game at 9. You know, 16-7. But then, you know, they score a touchdown, so now it's 20-7. And yeah. So Browns are going to get the ball. Now down 2 scores for the first time today. And this is Pittsburgh's biggest lead of the day as well, at 13. And they have scored, 17 unanswered now. And it all started with the interception, yeah. Because they could get a touchdown out of it. And continue to make stops. Get a field goal, and then go drive and score a touchdown there. So, yeah, 20-7 here. So touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 Browns from the 30, 8:37 to play in the third. Like I said, they had, and Russ could have kept it for himself too and walked in. Like, they had him able to run it in. They could have handed it off. That would probably be the only bad thing of that play, because it probably would have went nowhere. But then they had 4 guys fucking open. He could have thrown the ball to any of them. He threw it to Van Jefferson. And it was a little low. It was right at the goal line, but he's wide open, and he caught it, and he's in the end zone already, so touchdown. So 1st and 10 Browns now from the 30. Empty set, 5 wide. Winston, quick pass near side, caught, 35, 38-yard line. Should be second and about 3.5, 4 yards here. Second and 3. Winston fakes the run. Gonna dump it off far side. Beanie Bishop can't tackle him right away. And then him and Minka end up bringing him down, but he already got the first down. That's why, just push him out. He should have been tackled right there as soon as he caught it, but made a cut, made a move on him, and got a first down. And then now, who is that? Dante Jackson down injured for the Steelers in the secondary. Hopefully he's okay. I mean, you have KZ, you have Sutton, Bishop's playing some here. You know, they have depth. I think they'll be all right. You know, they got by with who they've, you know, played with, so, yeah. Next week in the NFL, before I forget, we'll have on Thursday Night Football the Rams and 49ers. Chiefs Browns next Sunday. So Kansas City already went to Buffalo. They got to go to Cleveland before they come to Pittsburgh on Christmas. Bengals Titans. The Skins will take on the Saints. Ravens off of a bye week in New York take on the Giants. Before then they host the Steelers. Cowboys Panthers. Jets Jags. Dolphins Texans. Colts Broncos. Two damn good games next Sunday at 4:30 on both CBS and Fox. The Bills will be in Detroit taking on the Lions, and the Steelers will be in the city of brotherly love taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'll have obviously that play of Steelers Eagles. We'll keep tabs on Bills Lions, and what both matchups could be potential Super Bowl previews. Pats Cards, Bucks Chargers. Next Sunday night is the Packers and Seahawks. So Green Bay 3 weeks in a row in prime time on Thanksgiving Thursday night, this past Thursday night, and then they go on the road again next Sunday night at Seattle. And then we have a Monday Night Football doubleheader next week, I might add, as well, with, I believe, nobody going to be on bye weeks after this week. The bye weeks are going to be done. Yeah, next Monday night, a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Bears, Vikings, and Falcons, Raiders. Neither game is really that great, but that's what it is. There was some talk potentially that the Steelers' next game next week against the Eagles was going to get flexed from Sunday afternoon to Monday Night Football. But obviously they decided against that. They got to have a announcement window prior to that kick, and I mean they would already had Pittsburgh playing Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday beginning next week at Philly, at Baltimore, and then hosting Kansas City once again on Christmas. But then to flex them to fucking Monday night and then play at Baltimore on Saturday to host Kansas City the following Wednesday, I mean, come on. So as of now, next week's Steeler game is right now Sunday at 4:30, but it very well still could be Monday night if they do still end up flexing that, which I don't think they're going to now at this rate. They're going to have both games on Bills, Lions, and Steelers, Eagles at 4:30 next Sunday. In the meantime, back from break, 1st and 10, make it 2nd and 10 for the Browns. Handoff, and Nick Chubb going to be brought down. Elliott, Wilson, James Pierre on the tackle. 3rd down and about 5. 3rd and 4 for the Browns. All right. Come on, defense. Get the hell off the field here. And pressure. Winston gets the pass. Out. It's caught, but Njoku short as Wilson along with Joey Porter on the tackle. So 4th and short. We'll see if they go for it or if they punt. They're right around midfield. And 49-yard line of the Steelers. Looks like they're going to go for it. I mean, they are down 20-7 with 6 and change to play in this 3rd quarter, but and they've already missed 2 field goals, but they're not even in field goal range here. But yeah, 4th and a yard. What do they do? Couple motions, and they will snap it. They'll run it near side. Tackle in the backfield. Turnover on downs. Landon Roberts on the stop. 1st down, Pittsburgh. So now with a 2-score lead, 5:46 to play in the 3rd. They're running the ball well. Keep doing it. And we're jumping around going into break. and Cleveland not happy whatsoever. The Celebration Bowl, here's Capital One Bowl Mania for the upcoming bowl season. The Celebration Bowl, Jackson State, South Carolina State. The Ventures Bowl is Arkansas State and Bowling Green, day after Christmas. And then the Snoop Dogg Bowl is Miami of Ohio and Colorado State. Those are your first bowl announcements here, middle of the afternoon. After the college football playoff was revealed earlier with Oregon, Georgia, Boise State, and Arizona State, your top four, the first round buys. Texas to host Clemson, Penn State to host SMU, Notre Dame to host Indiana, and Ohio State to host Tennessee. Winners to advance to the quarters. 4 winners meet in the final 4 of the semifinal. 2 winners then will meet in the national championship game. But first and 10 Steelers here in the meantime, up 20-7. So, I mean, Russ was starting to open it up there, let him cook, yeah. But really, man, just rock the Naj, let Warren bulldoze his way forward. Hopefully Freiermuth's okay. Took a little bit, but, you know, they've gotten the receivers going without Pickens. You know, Van Jefferson has the touchdown there. Mike Williams has a couple catches. Calvin Austin ain't playing half bad, but probably needs some more production out of him. And then, like I said, Scotty Miller had a couple big catches earlier, and you know, Skowronek's making plays on special teams. So hopefully Freiermuth's okay at tight end, but nothing Darnell Washington, nothing to Hayward, nothing to Pruitt today by any means. Nothing really to any of the tight ends. I mean, Freiermuth has a couple catches, but that's it. Run the screen game, but just run the ball, work clock, you know. Get this game into the fourth quarter, the fucking 3-score lead, you know, because the game's going to be over at that point because they haven't done shit since the first quarter on their second drive. And being down 3-0 and then up 7-3. So there's Tomlin with a smile and a handshake. So first and 10, Pittsburgh. Ball at the 46. Jefferson in motion. And they'll run Harris. He stumbles out of the gate, but gets a couple of 3-4 yards up the near side. So, all right, there you go. Second down. It's manageable. Something to work with. So 2nd and 7. They'll hand off again to Naj. He gets about a yard or two up the middle, but third down. Freiermuth comes back in. All right, he's fine. He was just getting his leg taped up. So from the 42, 3rd and 6. And Russ going deep far side. Williams caught. First down, Pittsburgh. No push off, no pass interference this time. So he only had 1 catch as a Steeler thus far. And it was a month ago in his first game as a member of the Black and Gold against Washington for the game-winning touchdown. Okay? The game since against Baltimore, against Cleveland, against Cincinnati, nothing. He has 3 catches today, and that goes to the 20-yard line, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Russ looking to throw him again. Going to get sacked, but he does flip it out before he goes down, intended for Warren. It falls incomplete, so it's just going to be incompletion. Clock stops. 2nd and 10 coming up, 3:56 play in the 3rd, rather than a sack. So, all right, yeah, now they're, except for the receivers, they're getting them going. They're opening it up here in the passing game, but Hey, run the goddamn ball. Work clock. Just get out. Get out of the wind. Was Russ down at all? No, he got rid of it. That's incomplete. So from the 20 out of the pistol, 2nd and 10. And then, there they go, talking about Mike Williams then as well. Maybe a little bit of movement, but down the middle, caught, Freiermuth, touchdown. And he's going to punt it into the stands in celebration. Let's go high five some people like you did last week. There you go, 26-7 Steelers. Extra point to come. 3:51 to play in this third quarter. Now they're getting going. Was he down? Freiermuth knee might have been down at the 1, but ball's across the goal line, so to speak, it looks like. Here's the pylon shot. Pylon cam. Yeah, that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown for sure, because it's a touchdown on the field. All scoring plays obviously are reviewed, but they have to find a bit of evidence to overturn it. They're not going to have it. That's touchdown Steelers. And with 3:51 to play in the third, they now lead the Browns 27-7. And they're blowing off some steam from the loss against them 2 weeks ago. So, back-to-back touchdown drives in the passing game with Russell Wilson of Van Jefferson and Russell Wilson of Pat Freiermuth. And they have a running game, and they're playing good on defense, and they're working clock. They scored off of a turnover, and just a little bit slow, but now they're going, and they're moving, and here we go, Steelers, here we go. And Steelers polka. No Renegade just yet, because they haven't gone to a break, and Browns, well, regardless, they haven't done much today anyway. They had a 7-3 lead, but now Pittsburgh scored 24 unanswered. 27-7. And it's a 4-quarter game, not a first-quarter game. So Boswell kicks off. And we'll have a touchback. So 1st and 10, Cleveland from the 30. Yeah, let Russ cook. Won a Super Bowl in Seattle. Should have won 2. If he did, he'd probably still be there. And it didn't go so good in Denver the past 2 years, but he's cooking in Pittsburgh. He's 5-1 as a starter. Only loss was to the Browns, but hey, get payback today, get a win, get 6-1 as a starter. They won with Fields as the starting quarterback earlier in the year too. We're 4-2 when they made the switch to Russ, and with a win today, they're up 27-7 here with 3:45 and counting to play in the third quarter. I mean, it's not over until it's over, but you get a win today, you get 10 wins. You're 10-3. Cleveland falls to 3-10. You go to Philly next week. You go to Baltimore. You host Kansas City. Host Cincinnati. It ain't going to be easy down the stretch. I mean, 10-3. At worst, could be 10-7. You don't have any momentum going in the playoffs. Could be at a max 14 wins, or anywhere in between, obviously. If they stumble over the next couple weeks, one way or another. But if they want the number 1 overall seed to get a first-round bye, they're going to have to take care of business and get some help, because they don't play Buffalo. Buffalo already beat Kansas City. Yeah, Pittsburgh plays the Chiefs on Christmas, but then, it's the losses. Buffalo has a head-to-head, and then they have, one loss here and there with the Bills and Chiefs, and Pittsburgh has 3 losses, So then it's, well, whoever ain't the 1 obviously is going to be the 2 between Buffalo and Kansas City. But then whoever's not the 2, because Pittsburgh doesn't play the Bills, but they play the Chiefs, they take care of business then. Like Pittsburgh very well could be the 2, let alone the 3. Now they'll be the 4. That'll go probably to the AFC South. But if you're the 2 seed, you host the 7 seed, which will be the final team in the playoffs. If you're the 3, you'll host the 6. And that could be any, the potential teams right now with the Broncos to the Ravens. So we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, that's why they play a game inside on paper, decide on the field. But they're going to be in a good position to host a wild card game. So home today, got to go on the road the next 2 weeks. We're going to get 2 home games to end the regular season. Another home game in the first round of the playoffs. And then depending on what happens, flag on the play here, but depending on what happens, they might host again. They might have to go on the road, but you just don't know. That's why with the playoffs, survive in advance, win or go home. So legal shift, it's coming back, but yeah, that's where we're at with that. All right, some info to add into the college football playoff. The top of the bracket, if you get to the Final Four, with Clemson, Texas, winner playing Arizona State, and Ohio State, Tennessee, Ohio State winner, I should say, playing Oregon. 2 winners of those 2 quarterfinals, they'll then meet in the Cotton Bowl. The bottom half of the bracket, from SMU, Penn State, winner to play Boise State, and Indiana, Notre Dame, winner to play Georgia. Winner of those 2 quarterfinals, they'll then go to the Orange Bowl. And then the winners of the Cotton and Orange Bowl will meet in the national championship game. So, 3rd and 8 from the 34th. Winston's pass caught, but Njoku dives. They're going to say he's down, as we'll see if they give him the spot, though, for a first down. Doesn't look to be the case. He's going to be short. Ball came out. They say he's down other than a fumble, even though Pittsburgh picked it up. So, I challenge that. Right there. Ball's out before he got touched. I throw the challenge flag. I mean, I get you're up 27-7. They're just going to sneak it on 4th and a yard with the push they get. I would have challenged that just for the hell of it to see, if they look at it, what they do find. If it's going to stand, okay, it's 4th and a yard, or if it's overturned and it's a fumble because Pittsburgh recovered, and that's that. But now the play clock and game clock are synced up at 25 seconds apiece. So they're not going to have to snap if they don't want to. You got 1st and 10 here. But, yeah, they're down 20, so they're going to want to try to run as many plays as they fucking can. Exactly. 1st and 10 from the 25. They will snap it. Winston down the middle. Incomplete. 10 for Njoku with Elliott on the coverage, so 2nd and 10. And 2 seconds to play now in this 3rd quarter, as the Steelers lead 27-7. So it might be renegade time here after the 3rd quarter if they can get another stop here going into the 4th. So 2nd and 10 here from the 25. Winston gonna hand off Chubb. And no, he doesn't get the first down. It's gonna be 3rd and 1 Browns to begin the 4th quarter. Down 20, 27-7. So yeah, wave those towels. Oh mama, Hangman's coming. Long arm of the law is out for Jameis Winston, Nick Chubb, Jerry Jeudy, and David Njoku, along with Kevin Stefanski, their head coach. It's time for Renegade. 3rd and yard to begin the 4th quarter. Pittsburgh leads 27-7. Yeah, screen's going black right about now, I'd have to think, for sure. So, You know what that means.
Won't be your last. Kohl's, where families come first.
Georgie Manny's first marriage is all new. CBS Thursday, 8/7/7.
Toyotathon is on. Shake up the holidays with an exciting new Toyota. Take an all-wheel drive Camry to go ice skating. Visit Grandma in a Highlander. You got it. Or bring home a tree in a Tacoma. Are we on Snow Globe?
Right now, buy an adventure-ready RAV4 with low 3.99 APR financing. Or lease a capable Corolla Cross for just $239 a month.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
We have mattresses for every budget. We have every Tempur-Pedic model on display.
Our Black Friday mattress sale is extended through Monday. Save up to $400 on Sealy, $500 on Tempur-Pedic, $800 on Stearns & Foster, plus 60 months no interest financing. Also, check out the 6-for-1. Get a queen mattress, 2 pillows, protector, delivery, and setup for only $7.99. Park Home Black Friday mattress sale is extended through Monday at Park Home Altoona and Johnstown.
Drive into 2025 with confidence in a vehicle designed to turn heads. Premium comfort, full design, and 2 years of limited maintenance included. Plus, with our industry-leading warranty, you're covered for the road ahead. During Mitsubishi's year-end sales event, drive home a 2024 SUV with only 0.99% APR. Get ready for a new year of adventure at 5-star Mitsubishi Altoona.
Is your front door drafty? Call Disney in O'Donnell.
Back at Aperture Stadium here, there's a lot of noise. No Renegade yet.
That's surprising they didn't play Renegade there. But we're making noise anyway and still waving terrible towels. 3rd and a yard to begin the 4th quarter. That's a false start. Well, Renegade's striking even before they're even going to fucking play it anyway. Cleveland going to go backwards. 3rd and 6 on a false start. Pittsburgh shifted and the right tackle moves, and then the back behind him as well. He was lined up there. So 3rd and 6. Come on, defense. Good stop. Empty set, back will motion in the backfield. Winston looking to throw. And down he goes. Cam Hayward on the sack. So 4th and long. Well, they kick it. They're still down 3 scores at 17 at 27-10. Late penalties come flying in. Well, do they go for it? Now it's, well, what's the penalty? Is it after the play? Personal foul?
You're going to have to go for this anyway because 3 points still keeps it a 3-score game.
Yeah, I think that's the same.
This will back you up even more.
14:44 to play.
Left tackle filling in for
It's going to be after the play with all the pushing and shoving. After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the Browns. 15 yards. Down will count on 3rd down, so 4th down coming up, and it's going to be 4th and long. So the sack counts.
right there was the incident that cost you 15 and set up a
4th and 24 officially after the sack and the penalty.
the penalty makes it, but they were definitely going for it before that, but now
So, well, are they going to have to punt?
it's so hot to get it. I don't know. I still think I might.
Yeah, they're going to punt from the 39-yard line. Why not kick a long field goal? Oh, well, that's right, because you missed from 38 and 43 already, and this would be even longer. So, yeah, Brown's going to punt. Pittsburgh going to get the ball back, and this game's probably over. Punt going to be down inside the 5. So 1st and 10 Pittsburgh from there. 14:32 to play. So 1st and 10 here. Ball at the 4 officially. And they'll hand off. And to the 9-yard line goes Patterson, Earl Patterson, for 5. Fucking work this clock. Just take your good old time. Fryermuth in motion. There's no need to be snapping it with fucking 16 seconds on the play clock. Hand off for a yard. Just work clock, man. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier with the Walton Payton Man of the Year award. We got one on offense and one on defense, and Ogunjobi's the nominee this year. And like I said, it's more so for what they do off the field than on the field. How they help out the community. It's like the academic Heisman. From the 9, 3rd and 5, empty set, 5 wide, play clock 1, down to get it off. Russ is going to go deep, and incomplete intended for Calvin Austin, so they'll punt. Quick 3 and out, and Pittsburgh going to punt. Browns will get the ball back, down 20, still 27-7 here, with 13-14 to play. And Waitman punts. And a fair catch at 35. So 1st and 10 Browns from there. We'll update final stats and scores when we go final. I mean, Winston has a passing touchdown. Naj has a rushing touchdown. Russ has 2 passing touchdowns. Boswell has 2 field goals. That's your 34 total points. Now they're playing Renegade. The Browns are getting the ball back after the Steeler punt. So, mama. Taunting on the Browns, back them up 15 yards. Threw the ball at one of the Steelers. Fucking Kadarius Toney. Good God, man. First and 10, Cleveland from the 21. We'll see if Renegade strikes again. Is we going to have a turnover? 27-7 Steelers. That's a false start. Back them up again. That's just bad. And then Patrick Queen leveled Jameis, even though the play was really never supposed to be ran because it blew a dead false start, but he still was running the play through it, and Patrick Queen just, hey, I'm running after you, coming to get you. So I thought it was still third down. It's 1st and 15 now. Pass far side, caught after a couple, backup penalties there. All right, they got the first round of the Culture Bowl playoff, December the 20th and 21st, the quarterfinals with the Fiesta Bowl, and the Peach are on New Year's Eve. Rose and Sugar on New Year's Day. The semifinals on January the 9th and 10th. The Orange Bowl will be on the 9th, and the Cotton Bowl will be on the 10th, and the National Championship game is on Monday night, January the 20th. Remember, yeah, Cleveland did miss 2 field goals. It could have been tied at 13. But then Pittsburgh that's when they started to open it up. 13-7, and then a passing touchdown. Another passing touchdown. It's 27-7. So 3rd and 9 here for the Browns. And, I mean, if they had the 2 field goals as well, you're down 2 scores. You're, capable of driving and scoring twice to tie it if you can hold them, but you're down 20. So that pass caught. And then Minka Fitzpatrick and company wrap them up. They'll blow it dead, 4th down, and Cleveland are going to go for it here on 4th and 3 from inside their own territory, or are they going to punt and give Pittsburgh the ball back? They will go for it from their own 28. And Jameis Winston pass over the middle, caught, 1st down, and Njoku. And then Porter and Wilson wrap him up, but they're going to say he's down back at the 1st down marker. Still enough for 1st down anyway, rather than a little catch and run. Yeah, I should be down right there. That should come back. Tomlin challenging. So Pittsburgh's challenging that he was down as he caught it right at the marker Whether it's a 1st and 10 or a turnover on downs, then we'll see.
Being challenged by Pittsburgh and will be reviewed.
It's going to be reviewed. Yeah, he's down right there. He's clearly down. Yep. But then where's the ball spotted? Is it enough for a 1st down, or is it turnover on downs even with the catch? Because remember, it was 4th and 3. Looked to be a 1st down, but he's going to be down right there. He's not going to get the extra 10 yards he got as he got up and ran. I mean, yeah, good challenge. Why not? I mean, you're up 20 and something like that happens. Yeah, no doubt about it. You challenge it. Should have challenged something earlier from what I can recall, but they didn't. But then remember, in the NFL with the 2 challenges, if you lose your first one, you lose it. You only get one then the rest of the game. Whether you win the second one or lose it, you only get 2 challenges then. But with the 2 challenges, if you win your first one, you get to keep it and then still be able to use your second one, which technically then is your third. If it came down to it. You could challenge up to 3 times at that rate. So, I mean, very rarely do you see anybody, challenge this or that anymore, because all replays are coming from up above and they're going to blow it dead and look at it unless, well, it's in your court. So, well, you have to challenge it if you want it to get looked at. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Pittsburgh challenge, they're going to win it. Obviously, they have to find a spit evidence of return. They're not going to have it. He's clearly down by contact, rather than, get up and, run and get another 10 yards. So, yeah.
As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. No game. No fun.
Meanwhile, at Verbo, when other vacation rentals make you share your turf with a host, try one you have all to yourself.
Thursday on CBS.
The daughter, the best.
Someone at this law firm covered up the truth. I'm going to find out who's responsible and get justice.
Don't underestimate this Matlock. This one's a shark. I like that.
Matlock is all new CBS Thursday night 8 Central and streaming on Paramount Plus.
So, call's overturned. Pittsburgh wins the challenge. They get to keep it, so they'll still have 2 the rest of the way, so technically 3. Yeah, nice catch by the ref on the snap playing quarterback, and he's going to fucking run. Having some fun with it. So, it was a 1st down. It was a 4th down conversion, 1st and 10. Ball 31 for the Browns, but no extra yardage on the end of the catch and run, because Pittsburgh wins the challenge. But then Winston keeps it for himself and runs for 10 yards and gets another 1st down anyway. So back to the challenge. Well, what was the fucking point of that now? $11:22 and counting to play. 1st and 10 Browns. Pittsburgh leads by 20. That's 3 scores, 27-7. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning. Both challenges, since Pittsburgh won their challenge, they get to keep it, so they still have 2 then. They can still challenge twice the rest of the game if they choose to do so. 1st and 10, empty set from the 41. And down the middle, incomplete with Queen on the coverage, intended for David Njoku. It's incomplete, 2nd and 10. Ford on the run, far side. Tackle for loss. Wilson and Joey Porter with Herbig. And 3rd and long coming up.
Porter does a great job outside. Setting the edge, turning it out.
3rd and 14 from the 37. And Winston over the middle, caught Njoku, but 4th down again coming up. So hopefully TJ Watt's okay here, but 4th and 6 from the 45. Brown's going to go for it here again, obviously under 10 to play. And far side, caught, another 1st down. Pass far side, caught, 1st down. Make it, or that was 1st and 10, excuse me. Make it 2nd and 3 after a pickup of 7. Hopefully TJ's okay. Looks like he got his right leg rolled up. His ankle, hopefully it ain't his knee. He's back out there though. Especially 2nd and 2. Second and a long 2 for the Browns. Highsmith chasing him down. Winston gonna tuck it and run, keep for himself, and get out of bounds near side. 1st and 10 for the Browns again. They're driving, and they're working clock, but they're down by 20. They got to score quick and get the ball back and score again and score. 1st and 10 from the 33. And Winston over the middle. Ooh, almost picked. But it's caught for a couple yards. 2nd down. From the 29, 2nd and 5. Winston near side, caught again, 1st down. About the 15-yard line. Clock's going to stop. 7:48 to play. Now the clock runs after they reset it. Spotted the ball. 1st and 10 from the 15, empty set. Winston pass high, but caught in the end zone. David Njoku, touchdown Browns. Hey, you got to give it to him there. I mean, they went and drove and scored. Backs up against the wall, and I mean, that's not good for the Steelers defense by any means, but just imagine the Browns score there. They already have the 2 missed field goals, and that's another 6 points. They're only down 1 score now. And then there's still 7 and change to play, and this game's a hell of a lot closer than what it is now. So Pittsburgh, 7:19 to play, going to get the ball back. Can they run the ball and work clock? You remember, because their last offensive drive, as the extra points up and good, was a quick 3-and-out. They punted, then the Cleveland Browns just went on this touchdown drive. So it's 27-14 with 7:19 to play. And Jameis Winston with another passing touchdown. Next Sunday, Bills Lions going to be on CBS at 4:30, but Steelers Eagles, the Battle of Pennsylvania, on Fox, and I'll have a lot of play watch long reactions over on YouTube then. So just tune back in. There's the AFC playoff picture. Yeah. Pittsburgh, as I was saying, right now is a 3 seed, but they very well could get to 2, let alone 1, but they're going to need some help. they're still going to take care of business themselves, but they're going to need some help. But then it's a home playoff game, in the first round of the wild card round. So yeah. So Browns on the kickoff. And a touchback. So first and 10, Pittsburgh from the 30. 7 minutes to play, up 13 at 27-14. Can they just work clock? Go drive and score, yeah, but just work clock. Like, I'm running the ball. I'm not snapping the ball until I absolutely have to. Like, I'm putting the pressure on them, not yourself. Like, I don't want a quick 3 and out here, and the defense still needing a fucking stop. No. Work clock, man. I'm telling you. As Russ hands off Najee Harris, but a loss of a yard, 2nd and 11. But hey, tick, 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 tick. This clock's running. Let it fucking run. Don't snap till you have to. Let's just play clock run down to 2 seconds before you snap it. Like, they're not even breaking the huddle till 10 seconds, which that's good. 6:40 and counting to play. But, I mean, you'd like a couple first downs here on this drive. Hand off Jalen Warren. He gets, 3, maybe 4, and then they'll say he's down there. He got up, got a couple more, but, hey, clock's still ticking. They can take this under 6 before they have to snap it again. So, just keep it up. Third and 8, play clock at 3, 2, 1. They get it off right at the last second. That's what you want to see. And they go deep. Scotty Miller, and he makes the catch. First down. What a play. What a play. First down. And he's in. That's a catch. It's a catch on the field. Left's down. Right's down. Ass inbounds. Controlling possession. Yeah, that's a first down. Yeah. Now get back to the run game. Cleveland's going to challenge. I mean, why not? They don't have really much to lose, so. So, previous plays are for the reviews. The Browns are challenging, and yeah, that's a catch though. That's a catch on the field. It's going to stand and be a catch and a first down for the Steelers. I mean, if it's incomplete, it's 4th down. Pittsburgh's punting, but that's a first down for Pittsburgh, and they're going to keep this drive going and hopefully work more clock. Stands, catch, first down. Cleveland going to be charged with a challenge. They'll have one left. The final 5:32 here, but really from now until the 2-minute warning. Because obviously anything under 2 is at the end of the first half of the game from up above. If they look at it, all scoring plays are reviewed, but down a timeout, so they have 2 timeouts now with 2-minute warning the rest of the way. And it's 1st and 10 for the Steelers. 27-14, 5:32 to play. And run the ball, rock the Naj, give the bowling ball to Bulldoze, Jalen Warren's ball, and work clock. And they'll toss Naj far side. And he's going to cut back, and lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage, and he gets 2 yards out of it. So he makes something out of nothing. He's 2nd and 8, 5:20 and counting out of play. Don't snap until you have to. Work this play clock down to 1, 2, 3 seconds. Just, you know, keep it simple. Exactly. No hurry to do anything here. Just run the clock. Just let it run. Don't snap until you have to. Hand off Cordell Patterson, and then he fumbles it. Good God, come on. You gotta be kidding me, man. Fucking turn it over. How? They just stripped it. And then they're right there to fucking recover. Jesus Christ. Costly fumble at the worst fucking time. Hey, at least they're up 13. You know, it's 27-14, not 27-20. I mean, thank God the Browns missed those 2 field goals earlier. Unless that fumble would be even bigger than it is now. I mean, it's still a big deal, but I mean, it's a 2-score game compared to a 1-score game if they had the 2 field goals. And then they're getting the ball back, looking to tie this game up? No. From midfield, from the 50, 1st and 10 for the Browns. Defense needs to stop. Let's go. And just can't be turning the ball over like that. I mean, wind the clock. Yes, he didn't go out of bounds. They tackled him inbounds. Yeah, wind the clock. But Cleveland's going to be in a hurry now to do something here. Score and hope to get the ball back and score again and all that. But that's just, you don't want to see that with a fumble like that, especially when you're trying to just work clock and, you know, get out of the win, and then, well, no, we got to send the defense back out there now. So, pass, picked off. James Pierre, they get another turnover, and he gets a decent return to the 36-yard line. They equal it out on that turnover. Defense gets the offense the ball back with 3:57 to play. And that should about do it for sure now. I mean, it was pretty much in the bag as it just was. Then they turn it over on the fumble, and then Jameis throws another interception. They got a touchdown off of the first one. We'll see if they can get any points off the second one here. But really, it's just back to where they were a couple plays ago. Run the fucking ball and work clock and get this under 2 minutes and take a knee, and game's over. Make sure there's a catch and interception. Winston just overthrew him, and James Pierre comes in from behind. Yeah, picks it off, but he's not down or anything like that by contact. And I don't think he was, no. And decent return, and 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. So, yeah. There they go. Defense gets another turnover, and see if they can do anything with this. Russ up under center, but run the goddamn ball and work clock. Cleveland only with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. I mean, they're probably going to try to stop the clock if they can. Najee Harris kind of trying to bounce it outside, but he's going to lose a yard. So Cleveland calls the timeout. All right. 2nd and 11, Fryermuth in motion. 3:51 to play after the Browns timeout. Run it again. Make them call the 3rd and final timeout. They will with Warren. So he gets 2. It'll be 3rd and 9. Browns call the 3rd and final timeout. Yep. So they're out of timeouts now. Remember, they would have a 3rd, but remember, they just lost it on the challenge. So they're out of timeouts. The only time they can stop the clock is if they get Pittsburgh out of bounds or 2-minute warning here. Pittsburgh has 3 timeouts at the same time, the 2-minute warning, but they're not going to be in any hurry to stop this clock. Stay in bounds, wind the clock, just,
Which game do you want to talk about? I think every one of them I would love to know. Do you think, this way they're playing this year? Yeah, I think they have a real Super Bowl-like team.
Yeah, they do. It's just they got to take care of business.
Relatively healthy, but I think Pickens is a game changer. You saw it today. Now they made some plays. You had to overcome that. But I think they're good on all 3 faces, Jim. They're great as a defensive unit.
3rd and 9. I mean, you'd like to get a first down here, because then you can probably get it to 2 minutes, maybe need another first down, and then you can knee it out. But they jumped offside. Unless they say false start. And they do. On Dan Moore. So 5 yards back on, it'll be 3rd and 14. Yeah, all right.
Is that they came into the season with 1-year contracts for both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and now what are you going to do in the offseason? Let's see how the end of the season plays out. But I do think Russ is. I think you've seen enough. Showed everybody enough. He protects the football. No turnovers today. It was hard. It was ugly.
So 3rd and 14 from the 32. They're going to throw, and he gets sacked. They push the blocker and Myles Garrett into him, and down he goes on the sack. So, all right, Cleveland's going to get the ball back, but Steeler defense still needs to stop here. I mean, there really wasn't much Isaac Seumalo could have done. Pittsburgh will punt. And they take a delay of game on 4th and 25, or actually call timeout. Timeout Steelers with 3:03 to play. It'll be 4th and 25, and they're going to punt. And the Eagles do, in fact, beat the Panthers. And Pittsburgh's going to be going to Philly next week. Waitman punts. And he muffs the punt. And Pittsburgh has it. Ben Skoranek on the recovery. Steeler ball, 1st and 10. And that should definitely do it now. 2:53 to play. And another turnover. Fucking Kadarius Toney. Signaled for fair catch and then just muffs the punt. And then Pittsburgh's right on it. And the wide receivers really stepped up today. They did. So it'll be Steeler ball, 1st and 10, 2:53 to play. Browns have no timeouts. So Pittsburgh going to take this to the 2-minute warning. Probably going to have a 3rd down, but, they might need another first down, but then they could knee it out. Game's over. So Cleveland ain't getting the ball back. And Kadarius Toney might be getting cut again and might never fucking play in the NFL ever again. There's Danny Smith chewing on the bubble gum. from the 20, 1st and 10. And handoff Najee Harris. Gets pushed out of bounds, unfortunately, so the clock's going to stop. Damn. And stay in bounds and wind the clock. Second and 6 from the 16. Russ going to hand off again, Najee Harris. And Powell going to push. And now they can take it to the 2-minute warning. Game clock with the seconds and the play clock are synced up at 32. Yeah, they can take this to 2 minutes as expected with a 3rd and 5 coming up. So all they got to do is get a first down. Get a first down and knee it out. Game's over. And then the thing is, they'll split again, home and home. Home team wins as they have the past couple years in this game. Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying there, Tony Romo. Cleveland doesn't rock. No fucking way. 2 minutes to play. Steeler ball, 3rd and 5. It's 27-14. Get a first down, knee it out, game's over. Get to 10-3, go to Philly next week before you got to go to Baltimore. Then they'll come home for the final 2 regular season games against the Chiefs on Christmas and the Bengals week 18 before more than likely hosting a playoff game in the wild card round as the 2, 3, or 4 seed. So, yeah, that's where you're at.
You at the center of it all. Buick, exceptional by design.
So 3rd and 5, 2 minutes to play, get a first down, knee it out, game's over. I mean, if not, kick a fucking field goal, you know, or try to draw them off sides on 4th down. But if you kick it, you go up 30-14, then, you know, it's a bigger lead than what you have, and pressure's on Cleveland to do shit. They're trying to draw them off, you know, with really no time and no timeouts. They'll toss on a run. Najee Harris, 3rd and 5. He gets a first down inside the 10, down to the 6. First down Steelers, and they can knee it out. They just needed a 5. They got about 10 and 1st and goal, but they don't even need to run another play. Just take a knee, game's over. Steelers win 27-14 over the Browns. So get to 10-3. Got a tough stretch coming up. Back-to-back road games before back-to-back home games. to end the regular season and the playoffs. So just need out. Minka Fitzpatrick's in on offense to play the safe man at the back of this kneel down in case something wacky happens. But there's victory formation with a kneel down, quarterback knee. And yeah, the Steelers are going to get to 10-3, win here today, 27-14. Officially going to be your final score over Cleveland Browns. Kansas City's playing the Chargers tonight, and Buffalo's taking on the Rams. So obviously root for both LA teams, the Rams and the Chargers. Because then Buffalo would be 10-3, just like Pittsburgh. Yeah, they don't play, but then, you know, take care of business, maybe get some help. You know, Pittsburgh going to have a couple game lead now in the AFC North, having already beat Baltimore, who's right behind them. Cleveland season is going to be over at 3-10. They still got 4 more games though, but they're not going to the playoffs. And you have the Bengals, who are better than what the record says they are, no doubt about it. But here's post-game handshakes and all that. Steelers win 27-14. But then the Steelers, as the Chiefs are 11-1, you're going to have them lose once, twice, if not more. And the thing is, the Steelers do host the Chiefs on Christmas, so they can, you know, have the chance to take care of business and get a head-to-head win then. They're going to give us bonus coverage. It's Jets-Dolphins, 26-23, New York, with 41 seconds to play. But the Miami Dolphins have the football, and they're looking to talk about the playoff picture, stay in the hunt in the AFC as a potential wild card, as the 7 seed more than likely. We'll see if they can kick a game-tying field goal to force overtime, let alone, you know, find a way to win it in regulation here. Because then coming up, you know, at 4 o'clock, we'll have the mid-afternoon games before Sunday night and Monday Night Football to round out this week. So thanks for tuning in and watching. Always greatly appreciated. Thanks for the support. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. If you haven't done so already, links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, Dead and Hungry, as this video is powered by all 3 of them. So links also in the description for that. Scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. But the Steelers defeat the Browns 27-24, or 27-14, excuse me, here today. It would have been 27-20 if they would have made the 2 field goals that they missed. And then that last, you know, drive, Cleveland, you know, got the ball back off the Steelers fumble that they threw the interception on Jameis second. And that would have been a big drive for sure. The defense wouldn't need to stop. But then Pittsburgh, even after the interception, couldn't do anything off of it. Did score off of the first one. You know, so they don't score off of that. Still 1-score game. Be a 1-point game if they have the 2 missed field goals. But obviously not. And then, no, but then they got the muff punt, you know, and then Pittsburgh just ran the clock out. Got a first down to a second down at 3rd and 5, 2 minutes to play. Got a first down run by Najee Harris, and then needed out, and the Steelers win 27-14 over the Cleveland Browns and get payback on the Brownies from the loss in the snow a week before Thanksgiving. So 27-14, your final score updates and final stats and scores here. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Cleveland will host Kansas City next week, and Pittsburgh, as they'll play the Chiefs in a couple weeks on Christmas. Pittsburgh will be at Philadelphia this time next Sunday afternoon for a 4 o'clock game. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube, and I'll have live play watch long reactions as well. So in the loss, Jameis Winston, remember, as Pittsburgh got out to a 3-0 lead, he then threw a passing touchdown on a good drive. They were running the ball, throwing the ball, trying to get balanced and be consistent. Had his first passing touchdown to Jerry Jeudy, and then his second one went to David Njoku on that next to last drive they had before the last interception. Because Jameis Winston finished officially 24-41, 211 yards passing with those 2 touchdowns, one to Judy, one to Njoku, but he had 2 interceptions, one by Keanu Benton and the other by James Pierre. Steelers also sacked him 3 times. Nick Chubb had 11 carries, 48 yards rushing. Jameis Winston 428, Jerome 410 for 28. I mean, they had 25 carries, 104 yards total as a team. But really what did them in was the first interception that Pittsburgh got 7 points off of, and then they missed 2 field goals from 38 and 43 yards respectively. Jerry Jeudy had 5 catches, 64 yards, and a touchdown. David Njoku 7 of 44 and a score. Elijah Moore 3 catches, 34 yards. Prochet Ford 18 yards receiving as well. Akins 14, Woods 12. The 2 interceptions and then the muffed punt then at the end. They sacked Russell Wilson once. It was Myles Garrett. And only 2 of 2 on the extra points because Hopkins missed on 2 different field goals. So that's 6 points left off the board. Pittsburgh gets 7 off of an interception. I mean, like I said, you do the math. That's why the Browns end up losing to the black and gold here today. 27-14, the Steelers win. Russell Wilson, obviously in the first half, the offense wasn't really doing much, but they got going into the third quarter. He finished 15 of 26 for 158 yards passing and 2 passing touchdowns himself. Once again, as mentioned, just sacked once. They're late, and then they punted, but they got the ball back and ran the clock out. 2 passing touchdowns. One to Van Jefferson, who had 1 catch for 10 yards in the touchdown, and then the other to Pat Freiermuth, who led the team in receiving with 3 catches, 48 yards, and a touchdown as well. Obviously no George Pickens, but I thought the receivers played pretty good without him, from Jefferson to Mike Williams, who had 3 catches, 36 yards. Calvin Austin was out there really not doing much, but and then Scotty Miller probably had the best game as a receiver as a member of the Steelers today, no doubt about it. But Najee Harris, 16 carries, 53 yards, and a touchdown. They were able to run the football pretty consistently today with both him and Warren, who had 9 carries, 47 yards. Russ 6 of 17. Patterson 4 of 4, had the fumble, but then they got the ball back. James Pierre on the interception. Pat Freiermuth 3 of 48 receiving and a touchdown. Scotty Miller 3 of 38. Mike Williams 3 of 36. Warren 2 of 25. And then Jefferson had the 10-yard touchdown. Deshaun Elliott had 13 total tackles. Patrick Queen with 10. They had 3 sacks on Jameis Winston, 2 by Cam Hayward, the other by Alex Highsmith as he's returned. 7 tackles for loss, 2 by Hayward, 2 by Highsmith, and Alandon Roberts, TJ Watt, Peyton Wilson with 1 apiece. Keanu Benton had an interception and an 11-yard return. James Pierre had an interception for an 18-yard return. Boswell had 9 points, 3 on his extra points, and 2 of 2 on field goals. Overall team stats, as Pittsburgh once again was up 3-0. Then the Browns go drive and score 7-3. The spark was the interception in the second quarter. That's when Pittsburgh really gets going if they have a slow start. It's with a big stop, big turnover. They just need something to go their way, and it's always like right before halftime, sometime in the second quarter, and they got the Keanu Benton interception off of Jameis Winston, went and drove and scored Najee Harris with a touchdown. It was then 10-7, and then Boswell kicked another field goal, so 13-7. And then, as they scored 10 unanswered, Cleveland got the ball back to begin the second half. Pittsburgh then started to air it out. Russ started to cook. Had a passing touchdown to Jefferson. Had a passing touchdown to Freiermuth. They were continuing to run the football and work clock as well, which officially, the time possession was on the dot, 30 minutes and 0 seconds apiece. Like, it was split down the middle, 30-30 for both Cleveland and Pittsburgh. But Pittsburgh was working clock. You know, they were. And winning that battle. You know, that stat line ain't going to show it. Which I haven't seen that in quite some time, that the time possession was literally dead on. But with the lead then, you know, running the football, working clock, you know, yeah, they ended up turning it over, but got the ball right back, and then once again just drove and ran the clock out. But, you know, had from 13-7, 20-7, 27-7 lead. You know, had scored as many unanswered as they did there at 24. And then the Browns scored again, the Jameis Winston, David Njoku touchdown. And then, you know, Pittsburgh, that's when the fumble occurred, but then Jameis threw another pick, and then Pittsburgh got the ball back and ran the clock out. So 20 first downs for the Browns, 15 for the Steelers. Cleveland was 2 of 13 on third down, Pittsburgh 6 of 14. The Browns were 3 of 4, though, on fourth down. Ran 7 more plays at 69 compared to the Steelers 62. Had 300 total yards, whereas Pittsburgh only had 267 total yards today. On 14 drives. They both averaged about 4 yards a play. Really, the difference, as Cleveland had 196 yards passing, 140 yards rushing. Russ with 147, but they had 120 yards rushing. And then as we had 15 total penalties, 9 for 81 against the Browns, 661 against the Steelers. It was the turnovers and the 2 missed field goals on why the Browns lost today. Jameis, his first interception, Pittsburgh got 7 points out of that. And then they missed a 38-yarder and a 43-yarder. Did Dustin Hopkins and the Cleveland Browns special teams unit. So that's another 3 to 6 points. So that just factors in and adds all up. And yeah, the Steelers win. Split with the Browns this year in 2024. They get payback on the loss from the Thursday night matchup in the snow right before Thanksgiving. In a game Pittsburgh probably should have won, but that's neither here nor there right now, because they'd be 11-2 compared to 10-3. But they're 10-3. Hey, a win's a win. 27-14 your final score. So, yeah, that'll about do it for myself, Chris, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Live right here on YouTube, as the Steelers defeat the Browns 27-14, excuse me. And they'll now go to Philadelphia next Sunday at 4 o'clock, so be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube then, as I'll have a lot of play. Obviously, looking ahead even more, they go to Baltimore, but then they come home for Kansas City on Christmas, and the Bengals week 18. So 4 games left in the regular season before the playoffs begin. Take it one game at a time. Just take care of business, all right? The rest will sort itself out. Well, they're 10-3, wins a win. Yeah, 27-14, your final score. Steelers win. And hope to see everybody next week. Steelers, Eagles, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. The Battle of Pennsylvania. So hopefully ends are ready. But, yeah, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. See everybody then. Steelers won today, 27-14 over the Cleveland Browns. And then, as we were talking about at the start, the college football playoff under the 12-team format for the first time ever has been revealed. And Oregon is number 1, Georgia is number 2, Boise State is number 3, and Arizona State is number 4. They get first-round byes in the Rose, Sugar, Fiesta, and Peach Bowls, respectively, for the Ducks, Dogs, Broncos, and Sun Devils. And then your first-round matchups as Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, and Ohio State will all host. Texas hosts Clemson, Penn State hosts SMU, Notre Dame hosts Indiana, and Ohio State hosts Tennessee. Winners to advance to then play in the quarterfinal, as the winner of Clemson, Texas plays Arizona State in the Peach Bowl. The winner of Tennessee, Ohio State plays Oregon in the Rose Bowl. The winner of SMU, Penn State plays Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl. And the winner of Indiana, Notre Dame plays Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. Those winners then will meet in the Cotton and Orange Bowls, respectively, in the semifinal, the Final Four. Before then, the two winners from the Final Four meet in the College Football Playoff National Championship game on January the 20th. But season ain't over. A lot of football to be played, both in college and the NFL for that matter. And, you know, I'll have coverage live here on YouTube, so be sure to tune back in. But, yeah, that'll do it for myself, for host Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Once again, live here on YouTube, so thanks for tuning in. As the Steelers defeat the Browns, your final score once again, 27-14. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go.